Oh my god, that's loud. But welcome everybody. Very loud in my ears. There you go. All things are go. Where's my controller? One thing I need to play this game. Oh, right there. Everybody loves this, so I'm just gonna let this play. Hello, Maria. I don't know how I deserve such love, but thank you. Hello. Hi. How y'all guys doing? You're a peanut. Why are you peanut? I know this is nostalgic for many of you. How y'all guys doing tonight? Or is it morning for you guys? I don't know. I'm doing peanut. Really? Okay, peanut. Just don't eat you because you're peanut. Don't eat yourself. There you go. For a moment, I thought the game froze. That was my bad. I don't feel good today. Can you tell me a joke? Let's see a joke. And I hope you feel better. I can't think of one out of my head. I know for sure I'll be doing a lot of stupid stuff when I play this game, though. That could be a joke. I don't know. I don't know. Jokes just come naturally to me. I can't think of one on the spot. Do you love me? That, sure. I don't know you though. Yeah.
I'm counting on you guys.
Affirmative.
I can make y'all laugh while I play game. If you continue to just watch, don't worry, a joke will be provided eventually.
I wonder. Never mind, those guys were definitely up to no good.
Enemies detected 200 meters ahead. Initiating battle mode.
Hey guys, wait for me!
Cool, Sid.
Our top priority is Eggman. Don't forget that.
Yes,
No
yes,
time to
Omega.
waste.
You're too serious, Omega.
Oh shoot, what am I doing? Oh.
Stick right or left changes all
Go, Rouge, go! No! Shadow's up there. No, he's down there. Who up there? Oh, Omega. That's one way to cheat the system.
Worthless consumer model.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, look at Shadow being in the middle. Yee. Yeah, okay. That was dumb of me.
It's all over if you fall. I'll take it from here. Yeah. Hurrah. You got it.
Yee.
Activation ready. Worthless consumer models.
Level up.
Grab the switch by pressing the square button once you get close to it, and use the left analog stick to push or pull on the handle. Press the square button again to release.
I like Shadow voice in this.
Annihilation. Fire, fire.
Yee.
From here.
I'm going to be Shadow. Ah!
Good.
Come on.
Level up.
Good.
I still gonna change it to someone else.
Naturally.
Why can't I escape? Oh my god. Okay, we good. Yee! I get dead. No, we good. I don't know how that happened. No, one question.
Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Level up.
Kill. Fire.
Ah!
I'm going to win this time.
Rouge, don't forget the objective. Focus on getting out of here.
I'll take it from here.
Rules only care about gambling. Push me! Yes!
Let's go up. Acquisition confirmed.
Dang it. Is this the one where there is a fault in the on the table? There's a hole and I get to like fall through and then I die. Crap. I'm horrible at gambling. Oh my god! Can you be my boyfriend? No, because I don't have a weenie. I cannot fulfill that role that a boyfriend can do. I wasn't born with that part. I'm so sorry. Ah! Let's go! Yes! Oh my god, I thought I pressed X. Game cheating me now. Yes, I am a female. Not a male. A female. No. Why do I keep dying? Ah! Uh-oh. I think I did. No, I'm not. Oh, we have to do that all over again.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
At least I still have the key. Please, for love, for this goodness. Yes, get me up there. Oh. No! Okay. No, no. Yes. No! Oh, shoot. I died. Anybody else? No! Oh my god, I died. I lost the key.
City.
There should be a chance for a second key somewhere else.
Don't forget that. No time to waste.
You're too serious, Omega.
Annihilate.
Lost my life. Yeah.
There's someone there. You have no boyfriend. I'll take it from here.
That's alright. One day you will find somebody. There are plenty of fish in the sea.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Don't be discouraged.
Hurrah!
Oh, this the ring thingy. Oh, I wish I had seen that. Dang it. Too late now.
Hurrah!
So I disrupted the... Oh my god, I died again.
Cool city.
Our top priority is Eggman. Don't forget that. No time to waste.
You're too serious, Omega.
I can't believe Shadow liked the city.
You can affect the direction of the ball by moving the left analog stick right and left.
Yee.
When in a ball, press the X button to hit it with the flippers. Press the L2 button or R2 button to control the flippers.
I could do that too? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I think I prefer X. Oh, there you go. Yes!
One there.
Oh,
Annihilate.
why can't I transform? Oh my gosh.
Annihilate.
Omega.
Annihilation.
Like I couldn't transform into Omega just now.
Annihilation.
Omega did not want it to be chosen.
Annihilation.
Is it okay if I sub? Oh, I'll be most grateful if you do. I would appreciate it if you do. Thank you so much if you do.
Hurrah!
I know that didn't make much sense, what I just said, but you understand my appreciation, right? Uh-oh, I got it. I'm gonna fall. Ah, I gotta fall.
Hurrah!
We good. We good. We good.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
There you go.
Activation ready. Annihilation. Worthless consumer models. Annihilation. Annihilation. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Good,
Come on.
good.
Got it.
Level up.
Yee.
Natural.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh.
Press the X button to stop the reels from spinning when inside the...
What was that? Did he like had interference? I didn't know Omega
Why
could
don't
like
we try up there?
would have that type of problem. I'm trying to get there. Man. Sheesh. No! I'm going way down. Alright, Julio. Where the rest of the team? Where did he come from? Whatever. Oh, come on, man. Just making me frustrated.
Press the X button to stop the reels from spinning when inside the big slot machine.
Yeesh. Yes. Yes. Get up there.
Good.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Yeah. None of the other. Well, I just restart again, and we should be good to go.
I'll take it from here.
Whoops! Woo! Good thing I was rude! Yee!
Annihilate guard.
I didn't mean to switch though.
I'll take it from here. We're on.
Kill.
We're on.
Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'm going to win this time.
Rouge, don't forget the objective. Focus on getting out of here.
I'll take it from here.
Yee. Yee. I'm just kind of hoping someone has the luck so that we could move on from this part.
Level up. Acquisition confirmed.
Yay! Way to go, way to go, way to go, way to go! She made it! Ah, thank goodness.
Level up.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here. We're on.
Here they come.
Omega.
Oh, that's
Eggman's robot
not
must
righteous.
be eliminated.
And the key gone.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate guard. Good.
No! Yes. No! Yay! There we go, there we go, there we go.
Annihilate
Level
guard.
up. I'll take it from here.
There's Shadow.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Shadow's nowhere to be found. Oh my goodness. Where did he go? No! I really miss him.
We're on. We're on. We're on.
I only have a Mega Dread.
We're on.
I don't know where he going.
We're on.
Uh-oh, that's me. Team Blast. Let's bring our boy Shadow back.
Chaos control.
All right.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
What are you
Out of
doing?
control.
I'll take it from here.
The key!
Precisely.
Camera, can you like turn around? I can't see nothing.
Hurrah!
I'll take it from here.
Alright, Shadow, let's
Level
go.
up.
Eee. I'm scared.
Naturally.
Oh, where am I? I did. Was that after or before I got the key?
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Annihilate guard. Annihilation.
Precisely.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilation. Out of
No
control.
use.
Kill.
Ah. I think I better restart this whole stage.
Cool city.
Our top priority is Eggman. Don't forget that. No time to waste.
You're too serious, Omega. Got it.
Let's go!
Someone there.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilation. Annihilate guard.
Level up.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Step aside.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here. Come on.
Annihilate guard. Annihilation.
Alright, I'm on focus now. I can do this.
Consumer models.
I can fight! Peacock looking fat.
Level up!
Good.
I can be very serious when I want to. Uh-oh. I don't even know where I gone.
This is a bit too much.
You'll be alright, Rouge.
Level up!
Oh, fuck. How did I get on that? Whatever. Aha! Roly poly oly.
Press the X button to stop the wheels from spinning when inside the big slot machine.
Just like the flippers.
Level up.
Why don't we try up there?
Worthless consumer
If I could
models.
get up there. I don't see any y'all though.
Try going up there.
Dang it. Way to go. I'm up there. Ah! Come on! No! Ah!
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard.
I'll take it from here.
Why do I need my teammates when I need them?
Annihilation.
I'm going to win this time.
Rouge, don't forget the objective. Focus on getting evicted.
Uh-oh. Why did we shoot up there? Oh. I was like, where Rouge going?
I'll take it from here.
Got it. Got it.
Ah! Ah! Come on. No! Right in the center. Why? Why can't I ever get this? Why? This is why I don't gamble, you know. There's just no way. Like, I think I'll lose every single time. Please, look, let us lose. Oh, I was right there. Shadow, get your butt up there. Thank you. I'm back in the slot machine. I don't really care about the slot machine. I'm trying to get up there. Jeez, I'm up here. Yeah. This thing in the middle is... Yes! Got it! Who...
Annihilate. Level up. Annihilate. Fire.
I was wondering
I'll
who
take
needs
it
it.
from here. Hurrah!
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman robots must
my
be
key.
eliminated.
Hurrah!
And it's like it's there to make sure I lose my key.
I'll take it from here.
Kill. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here!
Paralyzation doesn't
Take it
work.
from here.
Well, screw that then.
Annihilation. Good.
Uh-huh. Oh my. Did I get it in one shot?
Annihilation. Annihilation. Fire.
I'll take it from here! Hurrah!
I have to pause. ¿Estás bien? Spanish? Hold on one momento. There is something here that could help me, and I don't have it up. I think you're asking if I'm good. Yes, I'm very good. Or if you're asking Mario if that person good. I forgot to have a certain program up. I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. Ah! Yay, I'm in! Team Blast.
Chaos control.
I was asking to the girl up my comment. Oh. But also, hi Trey, how are you? I am great, how are you?
Level up.
Thank you so much for asking. Sorry for getting in between your conversation. You may carry on while I struggle in Sonic Heroes.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilate. Fire. Annihilation. Annihilate. Fire.
Just
I don't know if Maria is still in the chat.
who would have thought it would be here?
I should have gotten the checkpoint first and then make my way down here, you know.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, that's poor planning on my end.
Hurrah!
Who needs it? Omega.
Take it from here. Naturally.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. The Team Shadow
Number of
camping is
frames
hard.
awarded are multiplied by the number of balls that enter the giant slot machine.
Tell me about it.
Multiplied cash out.
We're doing this because the game is soon come out like next week. I'm excited for that. Are you excited for that? I know I'm excited for that. Why am I having a bird view of the entire thing? Dang it, I miss. Oh, that was another pinball machine up there. Oh, that's why. Where am I? Okay. If I could just stay up here. Shoot. Where am I? Yeesh. I just need 6 more ranks and I can get a free life. Woohoo! Dang it, I got in the slot machine. No! Yes, got free life. Okay. And da-da-da-da.
Good.
Yeah, that. Come on. Shadow, slow down. Go right back there. Yes. No. Oh, yeah. Yes. That's my baby boy. He knows how to work it.
I'll take it from here. There's someone there.
Anything else?
Robot.
Chaos control.
Just as planned.
I wish I could go up that way, but I can't. You.
Hurrah!
Woo! I almost got torn apart,
Yeah!
taken away.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Oof.
We have to activate a switch to open this door.
Yeah.
Hurrah!
There it is.
Annihilate.
Is this the one where I die? That I could die? I know one of these pinball machines is my death.
Got it!
I'll take it from here. Good. Now's the time.
Awesome. Uh-oh. Come on, let's do this. Shoot. I supposed to fall? I feel like I'm supposed to fall. There's nothing up there. I can let myself fall. Okay, great. It's a roller coaster.
Chaos control!
I was gonna let them get me. I have the key. I don't want them to get me.
Naturally.
Even the gold, stop time. Oh. Interesting. I could fit Rouge in the palm of my hand, but I will not crush her. She is too sweet. It took too much time. I know I got like an E. Oh, I got a D.
Power balance adjustment needed.
That's a little better than before. A lot better. No hard feelings of that D. Not at all. Now, time to focus. Bonus time. Let's lock in.
Annihilate.
I forget which button it was to boost.
I'll take it from here.
We'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
Take it from here.
Shadow, please stay where you are. Thank you.
Annihilate.
Yee! Alright. 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 We good? We good? We good? Oh, God. There was just no way.
Step aside.
I'll take it from here.
Oh my God. Yeah. Oh God, I'm spinning all over the place. Time's up. That was horrible. I tried. I'll do better next time. Next time is the emerald. Maybe this is the one where I lose my life.
You got it.
Good.
You got it.
I think I need to go down. Yeah.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Why are there so many of you? Searchlights. Why?
Here they come.
Omega, attack them.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Fire! 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 Activation ready. Annihilation.
Level up.
Omega, it shouldn't be a problem breaking through this glass, right?
Fire! Fire!
This is Omega we talking about?
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from from here.
That robot is armor plated. Only I can destroy them. Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
After Rouge paralyzed him.
Fire.
Oh, here we go.
I'll take it from here.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving. Natural.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Bingo on this table.
Just a reminder, but
I know, but we can't work without having a bit of fun. Got it.
Good. Good.
Bingo!
bingo.
Wait, Omega's gone. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, I was trying to get over there. Oh my god!
Got it.
Uh-oh. Shadow's gone. It's up to Rouge.
Level up.
Way to go.
Hurrah! Hurrah! Yeah!
Uh-oh.
Hurrah!
Woo.
Hurrah!
Level up.
Shoot balls first, ask questions later.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
Omega, you go first.
Good.
And then I go second. My good raspy voice.
Good.
Good. Good.
Yes!
Good.
I know there was a life up there. Okay, good now. We can move on.
Level up. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Omega, do your thing.
Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate guard.
Aha!
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
Hurrah!
Let's go.
Yeah!
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Step aside. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Level up.
Kill.
I'll take it from here.
Oh boy.
It's all over if you fall.
Just about here then. Oh shoot. Woo! Way to go! They already dead! Oh my goodness. No bingo for me.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Level up.
Kill.
Okay.
Here. We're off.
Good.
We're off.
Aha!
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Worthless consumer models.
We ain't got none yet. Nobody.
I'll take it from here.
There you go.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Uh-oh. We need Rouge.
But still no match.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Fire. Worthless consumer models. Kill.
Looks like that case is being guarded by those guys.
Charge. Fire. Fire.
It looks like those robots are guarding that case.
Annihilation.
So we gotta destroy all the robots, basically.
Fire. Fire.
The Sonic one. It was the other way around. Ah, shoot.
I'll take it from here. We're off. We're off. Okay.
I'll take it from here.
Trippy! I'm going for this one. Uh-oh. We may die.
I'll take it from
I
here.
have died. Jeez! It's just not safe.
I'll take it from here.
Dang it. Way to go. Made it. Uh-oh.
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, no! I went right through the hole. I hope they... man.
Annihilate.
Hey, Bama. How am I doing with the best team? I just lost their life playing ping pong.
Outnumbered.
And I lost the
But
key.
still no match.
Oh my goodness, gravy. I was too hasty.
I'll take it from here. We're off. Okay.
Best team that they are, but their stage is as hard as hell. Mega. Come on. Come on, Mega. Come on, Mega. Mega. Come on, Mega. But how are you doing on this wonderful night, evening, day? I don't know what time it is.
Level up.
Kill. Fire. Annihilation. Fire. Fire.
I feel like I won Startle. But I hope there's a second key somewhere.
Kill. Fire. Fire.
Good luck. Oh, thank you so much.
Looks like those robots are guarding that case.
I'm gonna need all the luck I can handle. Woo!
I'll take it from here. We're off.
This is where I lost.
Annihilate.
Level up. I'll take it from here.
They went down. I could be Rouge. Maybe Rouge in this. Wah! Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh my goodness! Yes. That's my boy. That's my boy. He knows how to play.
Danger. Steep
Father.
grade ahead.
I said he knows how to play.
I'll take from here.
Omega, I hope you're not following us. In fact, I don't even want Rouge to follow us. Nobody follow Shadow. Let's go. Alright. Gonna go on this side. Yeah. No! Ooh, that was close. That was a close call.
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
Mm.
Annihilate.
From here.
I'll take from here.
Alright. This is where Omega was? What the heck? Oh god. Oh no, now all of us went. I'll stick with Rouge. Hopefully Shadow got left behind. Hopefully.
Danger. Steep grade ahead. Good.
Dang it.
Level up.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh. This stage won't give me a heart attack. Alright, we good. Team Dark is awesome. And also hard.
Got it. Got it.
Did you forget to mention that? It's hard. Mine. Oh my god. That could have been mine. Well, at least I got bingo. Please. Please. Oh, that is mercy. Rouge! Stop bouncing! Eh. Ah. Wanted to go. Is that the goal? No, I gotta restart. I'm so sorry. I didn't get the key. Good thing I press it before I touch it.
Got it.
I am getting the key. It's Team Dark.
Got it.
Team Dark last. Awesome. Yeah, buddy.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, shoot.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from
Kill.
Down on the ground, you whippersnapper.
Annihilation.
I like hard challenges.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah, they could be fun.
Annihilate. Fire.
Level up.
Like right now, I have to start over.
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here. Anytime now.
Annihilation.
But I don't want to disappoint y'all, you know?
Here they come.
Omega, attack
Trying.
them.
Eggman's robots must.
Nope.
Chaos Control.
Y'all ain't getting me. You're not getting the ultimate life form.
Eradicate.
Level up.
Level up.
Annihilation.
Alright, we got the key.
Take it from here.
Affirmative. Breaking through glass. No problem. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here. Okay.
We can't even scratch that armor. Switch to power formation, Omega. I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving. Naturally.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Bingo on this table.
Just a reminder, but
I know. But we can't work without having a bit of fun.
good.
Now's the time.
Good.
Okay, we could do Team Blast even. I'm so focused right now.
Bingo!
We gotta go up. Ah. Who's up there? Omega. I don't know where Rouge's gone. Ah, come on, come on, come on, come on. I can't get up there. Come on. Why is this so hard? Yes. 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 No. Oh, you bastard. Isn't no time to get rings? Time to get up there.
Come on.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, who do we?
Level up.
Okay, good. No touchy.
Okay.
No touchy.
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Kill.
Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Should I use Rouge?
Hurrah! Hurrah!
There's another key right there. Well, not that I know where it is. If I die, I know where to go.
Hurrah!
Line up next to me. Annihilate.
Just have to drink some tea.
I'll take it from here.
Line up next to me.
Good.
Ah, crap. It's the opportunity to get a feel like.
Chaos control. This is the ultimate power.
The
Annihilate.
ultimate power.
Leave it to Omega.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Annihilate. Charge. Fire.
He's at level 3 now. Haha.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
I'll take it from here.
Reloaded.
Hurrah!
Annihilate guard. Fire.
Yeah!
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate. Kill.
I'll take it.
Annihilate. Fire.
Welcome, Maria.
Kill.
Someone was asking if you were okay in Spanish earlier.
I'll take it from here.
Am I Rouge? I'm Rouge. Eh.
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
Oh my god. Oui. 6! Mine! My 6.
Bingo!
My 7. Oh man, I missed both of them. But glad you could make it back. I'm so happy you're back. Oui. Oh my god. Oh well, I guess that sort of thing will happen.
All right!
Annihilate.
Level
Fire.
up!
Kill.
I'll take it
You
from
do
here.
speak Spanish. Oh. That's cool.
Good.
Did I get both? No, I don't. I didn't get both boxes.
Okay.
Good job, Rouge.
I'll take it from here. We're up.
No problem. I don't mind being your messenger.
I'll take it from here.
Ah! Oh my god. I was having a stroke.
I'll take it from here. Naturally.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Here they come. I'll take we're up.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
We're up.
Ah!
We're up.
You missed me?
Annihilate.
Aw. Don't worry. I'm right here.
Annihilate. Charge. Fire. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Just watch this.
My barrier gone, didn't it? Oh my god.
Looks like that case is being guarded by those guys.
Fire. 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 Fire.
Did you miss me?
Consumer models.
To be honest, it was too short for me to miss you. Alright, Coolio. I am subbing. You're subbing? Oh, I deeply appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the sub.
Good.
I don't have YouTube thingy-mabobbies sub.
Annihilate.
Oh, father! Please, please. Yeah, I don't have the alerts for subbing for YouTube. That's what I say. What happened?
Annihilate.
I lost the key. I gotta restart. I have to restart now. Man.
Good.
Apologies for that, but I'm not finishing until I get the key. But what the hell happened, though? Oh. Miss Rouge. There you are.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Annihilate. Charge.
I'll take this.
Annihilate. Annihilate. Charge.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it from here.
I was trying not to be exposed.
Annihilate. Charge. Annihilation.
Take it from here.
Annihilate. Charge. Annihilate. Charge.
Level up.
Alright, let's go. Up a daisy. Up and at 'em.
Here they come.
Omega, attack them.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Fire. 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 Kill.
Am I shooting them? Dang it, my barrier.
Charge. Annihilate. Charge. Activation ready. Charge. Annihilation.
Well, at least I ain't got the key yet.
Annihilation. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Eh. Everybody left except for Shadow. Keep making videos I love. Oh, okay, thank you.
Annihilate.
I didn't know you liked my videos.
Annihilate.
Hello, Evil Sonic, the ultimate Saiyan. Wow, okay, what a name.
I'll take it from here.
That is a mouthful.
Annihilate. Annihilate. Charge. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here. Okay.
Yosh!
Yeah.
Huzzah!
I'll take it from here.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Annihilate. Annihilate. Charge.
How's your day? Oh, my day is
Bingo
great.
on this table.
How was your day?
I know. But we can't work without
I
having
hope
a bit of
everybody
fun.
like ate dinner,
Worthless
lunch,
consumer
breakfast,
models.
drink water, did some type of form of exercise, play some type of
Good.
recreational activity, like playing game, like right now, what I'm doing.
Good.
Bingo.
Bingo! Hey! Oh my god. And by the way, I subscribe to you and give you like, I watch all your awesome videos. You do. You did. Thank you so much. I appreciate the gesture. Do you really like it? I mean, all they are is like short, funny moments of me streaming certain parts. But if you're enjoying them, I will gladly dish out more content for you. As soon as I get the hell there. Come on. No! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ugh, I hate gambling. Well, this pinball machine. I don't really hate gambling in general. But damn it. This will make me stop. Oh, goodness. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I do what he said. Do what he said. Oh, wait, well, hold on. Do what? Okay, let me. Hey, I finally see the sub. Thank you so much. Maria, let me read the videos my friends hate me. Why do your friends hate you? And by the way, okay, no. Yeah, I do what he said. Oh, you're just replying to what Evil Sonic say. Okay. Alright, I got you. I was confused for a moment. Get up there! Look at that, guys. I took the time to read your comments because I care about you guys. Wah! Come on! Mega, move your fat body. Up there. Thank you very much.
Level up.
Oh no, I missed. No! She's gonna fall. She's falling. Get from here.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
Yeah, Mega, you get you.
Omega, you go first.
But I want to be you, Shadow. Because you're the star in my life. Yeah, way to go. See, this is why I want to be Shadow. Wah! Hey.
Annihilate. Fire.
Huh, I didn't need to do my Team Blast there.
Eradicate.
To Omega.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it
I
from
did
here.
not see that. There.
Annihilation.
You know what? Let's just skip. Let's just go.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
Hear me?
Reloaded.
Yeah! I love your videos. I hope you never die. In the game, like right now, I will probably die in like 5 minutes. But if you be in the video itself, I will try not to let you die.
Annihilation.
Then again, I love to play games. So I don't think that'll happen anytime soon.
Level up. Annihilate. Fire.
Oh! Rouge, let me be Rouge. You know what? I should have been Shadow.
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
Oh no. Oh no! Okay, where is that? Where was that key?
I'll take it from
Omega,
here.
you go first.
The key was down there, right? I hope. I think. I may. Man.
We're on.
I can't remember where the key was.
We're on.
I went back because I want that key.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire, fire.
He makes animation videos.
I'll take it from
Oh.
here.
Kill.
We're on.
I hope they're not horror. Horror like.
We're on.
Okay, the key is right there. I just need to drop down there. Way to go.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
This is all I'm concerned about. Now we can move on. If I didn't get that key, I was gonna start over again. I'd rather be Shadow.
Good.
Yeah, I don't like horror stuff.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilation. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Eradicate.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
I'm very much a big baby.
Leave it to Omega.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Oh, you have to leave soon. All right.
Metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
Do what you gotta do. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it.
I'll take it from here.
Reload
And
it.
thank you for the sub if you did sub.
Okay.
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
That shows support to be had.
Level up. I'll take it from here.
Worthless consumer models. Annihilation.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I do lots of animation videos, lots of shoutouts, lots of drawing and video games. Oh, okay.
Annihilate.
You're a variety type animator.
Fire, fire.
That's cool.
I'll take it from here.
I do have alerts. I just now realize that they're not working.
It's all over if you fall.
Oh my god. No. Please. Please. Still love that it's Mary.
Bingo.
Bruce, you're the only one alive.
Bingo.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix my alerts. I didn't know that they were disabled. I can fix it as soon as I can. You have my alerts.
Level up.
Everything else is fixed. Woo! We made it! We got the key.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Hey now, what's up now? We're gonna press this button, right?
We're on.
Oh my god. I almost fall to my death. Almost. Almost fall. Bye, Maria. Go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
We're on.
Thank you for staying as long as you have.
We're on.
I know you got things to do. You don't have to stay. Go ahead.
Annihilate.
Go.
Fire, fire.
Go do that important thing. Oh my god. Like,
I'll take it
I
from
don't
here.
know. Doing homework, a deadline or something? Work? Get away.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Worthless consumer models.
We're on.
Alright. If I save here and if I die,
I'll take it from here. Naturally.
that's it for me.
Annihilate.
I'll stay for a long time. Alright.
Up.
Appreciate that.
take it from here.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Yeah, just the fact that you was here for just a split second, I
But
appreciate that.
still,
No,
no
just
match.
go ahead. Just be careful out there.
Annihilation. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Kill. Fire.
Team Blast. Team Blast.
Chaos control.
I think I got them all.
Eradicate.
Yeah, I did get them all. Haha. Pat, you're welcome.
Danger.
I'll pick you up.
Okay.
I'll take it from here.
I don't know where Omega gone. Thank you for the backpack. Let's do this, let's do this. We must survive. Omega already gone. Oh my god. And Rouge is here. Woo! Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
It's all over if you fall.
Oh my goodness, baby. Ah! Oh my goodness, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I think we made it. I think we made it. 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 We just need to come out of there. Yes. I don't even care if I don't get bingo. Oh! Please.
Level up.
Is that the ring? That's the ring! Ah! That's the ring to finish the stage! Only Shadow's alive. Come on. You can't be serious. This game is cheat. I have to restart again. Motto. And I had the key and everything. It bounced me off the stage.
Got it.
That was so close. I was right there.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Kill. Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Hold on. I am getting a bit steamy in here. Just turn on my AC for a moment and open my apple juice. Apple juice is clutch.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, you bastard. I went up there for a purpose. Put me back down.
Hurrah!
Annihilate. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
I mean, I could have win, but I want that key. I could have win. I just being stubborn with this key.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilation.
Here they come.
Omega, attack them.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Fire. 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 Activation ready.
This is the ultimate power.
Fire, fire.
Alright.
Level up.
Kill.
Yeah.
I'll take it from here.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Bingo on this table.
Just a reminder, button.
I know. But we can't work without having a bit of fun.
Good.
Good. Good.
Bingo!
Kill.
Got bingo again? Sweet.
I'll take it from here.
At least Shadow made it. I always just get stuck there. I don't know why. Oh my goodness. There's Omega. Oh, screw you, pinball machine. Dang it! There's Omega. I scared the switch because I didn't see him go, you know, where he's supposed to go. Yeah! I must be love being on, like, at the bottom there. Yes! No! Yes! Come on! Yeah! Am I? Where am I? My goodness. Oh, Omega was there.
I'll take it from here.
Once that gold robot captures his victim, he'll warp you to another dimension. Be careful.
Hurrah! Okay.
Eh.
Hurrah!
Why can't I get up there? Seriously?
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Bop. Beep.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
I don't have time for this. Oh no. Where am I?
Good.
I've never been in this pinball machine before. Shadow.
Good.
Please get up there. Alright,
I
good.
thought it would be here.
Line up next to me.
Alright. Oh shoot, I should have let Rouge or Omega get that. Damn it. Ah! That's fine.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire. 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 Fire.
Level up.
Eradicate.
Omega, do your thing.
I'll take this.
Whoops, wrong person.
I'll take it from here.
Life.
Annihilate.
My key. Time to die. Time to die!
Line up next to me.
No! Not yet, because we're going right
Hurrah!
here.
Annihilate.
I try not to get that last checkpoint. Yes. That'll help our life much more better.
Good.
You got it.
Yay! Somebody got it.
Consumer models.
Way to go, Shadow. I don't have to go through all that.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilation. Hold. Hold.
Hold.
Annihilation.
Oh my goodness,
Mission
like
failed.
I just love my life. Love it.
Line up next to me.
Hurrah! Who would have
Annihilate.
thought it would be here?
Who would have thought?
I'll take it from here. You got it.
Good.
You got it.
Sweet!
Yeah.
Why am I still doing the flippers? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Okay.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Activation ready.
Level up!
Omega, do your thing.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
Ooh. Pop. Beep.
Step aside.
Level up.
Aki! Welcome! Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilation.
Mikey! Oh my goodness. I can't catch a break, huh? Oh well, everybody, time to die. How do I die? Time to die. We're dying. We're dying.
Mission failed. Annihilate. Good.
Wait a minute. I am so sorry. I totally forgot.
Take it from here.
The whole
Omega,
reason
you
why
go first.
I started over in the first place. The key.
Item located.
Alright.
I'll take it from here.
Will I ever get off this freaking stage? Find out next time on Sonic Heroes. That makes me go wild. No.
All right.
Don't touch me.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Activation ready.
I'll take it from here.
Eradicate.
Come on. Get hit.
Annihilate guard.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
Go wild. Yeah. Go crazy.
Annihilate guard.
Level up.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard.
Uh-oh.
Annihilation.
Take it from here.
Kill. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard.
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Aha!
Annihilate. Level up.
Yeah.
Yoch. Go wild. Go crazy. Oh shoot. It's this one.
It's all over if you fall.
I hate this. I hate this so much. This one.
I'll take it from
Oh,
here.
father. I guess because it's up to Rouge now. Rouge! Stop it! It's up to Rouge. Rouge, baby, honey, no! Too far! No! No! Oh, that's alright, we live.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
Level up.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Yeah.
Hurrah!
We take from here. Get your bloody robot atomic hands away from me.
Hurrah!
Annihilate.
Yeah!
My key! We die together!
Mission failed.
Alright.
I'll take it from
Omega,
here.
you go first.
No, Rouge go first, because we going for the key. We go for key! We go for key!
Precisely.
Oh. Oh no.
Located.
This is awkward. Thank you.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Go wild. Go stupid. Yeah.
You got it.
Yes!
You got it.
Well, if there's one thing I learned. If I die, I just get a free life right back. Right there. Perfectly worth it.
Annihilate. Charge. Annihilation ready.
Oh my goodness.
Eradicate.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilation.
You know what? Oh, the key! God damn it! Did I quit? I think I quit. Mother said I mustn't quit the game. Dang it. Dang it.
I'm counting on you guys.
Affirmative.
I didn't mean to do that, but it happened. I apologize. Oh no. Gosh, now we gotta start over from the beginning. It's like I restart the entire stream.
You got it.
I'm frustrated now.
You got it. You got it.
I should have not have gone wild. I'm going crazy now. Going crazy.
I'll take it from here.
Don't mess with me. I am very cross.
Hurrah!
Dang it.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
I'll take it.
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilation.
We'll be hearing this song so much.
Omega, attack them.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Fire. Fire. Fire.
Yeah, this is not the stage.
Fire.
Can you break this glass, Omega?
Fire. Activation ready.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
Can't
Annihilation.
even scratch that armor. Switch to power formation, Omega.
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Bingo on this table.
Just a reminder, fun.
I know, but we can't work without having a bit of fun.
Yay! bye. Like, I'm going to be so rich because I have rings. And I'm going to use them to cash. And then I'm going to do my makeup. I'm just going to be so rich. Rich of rings. Sorry, I'm going crazy. Meow. Meow. God damn it. Omega's just so heavy. Rouge. Okay. Feel like someone lighter could make me play properly. Yo. There you go. As predicted. Needed someone lighter. Awesome. Get away.
Annihilate. Fire.
I think it's a giraffe.
Uh-oh. Gonna fall. Where's our dice? Way to go.
Level up! I'll take it from here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Annihilate.
Let's change formations to sideways from here.
I'll take it from here. Good.
Got it. Got it.
Good.
I hope someone else make it. Did Shadow just did a moan for me?
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
I like that moan.
Kill.
Moon for Trey.
Leave it to
Moon.
Omega. I'll take it from here.
No.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here. Take this.
I'll take it from
Yeah, that's what I want. I want Rouge. Thank you very much.
Annihilation. Fire. Annihilate. Charge. Fire.
My berry is gone. Dang it!
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
I'll take it from here.
Reloading.
I'm imperishable! No!
Annihilate. Charge. Fire. Kill.
I'll take it from here.
I was like, what is Omega doing? Rouge is gone. And for some odd reason, oh my goodness. Uh-oh.
Don't fall.
I'm trying. Oh, thank goodness I'm back at 5.
Bingo. Bingo.
The way how he says it. Bingo. Free hugs. Yes, free hugs. Just hopefully I don't die. Why don't they let me... I want to go to that pink house. Dang it! Go again.
Natural.
Dang.
What am I doing?
What? Minus 50? I didn't even know that was possible. Did that ever happen to y'all? Have y'all ever played this game? I guess it would make sense because Eggman is like the evil mastermind in this. What am I doing? Go down. Yes. Go down, Shadow. Everybody here? Oh, well, I almost died.
Annihilate. Charge.
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Hurrah!
Good.
Hurrah!
Good.
Hurrah!
Rouge Thunder shoots is strong!
Level up.
Yeah!
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
What's this?
Switch activation required to open this door.
A switch? Oh! Why didn't I see switch before? I don't know. It's open now. There's another key? Wait. Hold on. Before I go in there, let me see.
Hurrah!
Okay, let me get this checkpoint. Oh, son of a gun. If I had known that, I wouldn't be struggling.
A ball.
Ooh, Jewel? I thought so.
Annihilate.
Alright, so I won't get the key. Not this time.
Annihilation.
Outnumbered, but still no match.
That's alright. We going right in the middle.
Chaos control.
You know, if I didn't have barrier, I would have lost the key.
Eradicate.
Here! Hurrah! Yeah!
Alright, so
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Mega, you stay. One of us must make it out of here with the key.
Yeah!
Oh my goodness! I'm surprised Bruce is
It's all over if you fall.
still alive! Ah, well,
Annihilate.
way to go.
I'll take it from here.
That's the strategy, to have one of them stay up there. Heh. Preferably a Mega. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my goodness.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Woo!
I'll take it from here.
Why do you keep going that way? I don't know. Where did Rouge go?
I'll take it from here.
Oh! Okay, well let's let Rouge go. Someone gotta stay behind. Ah, let's go Rouge, let's go Rouge. You got this, girl, you got this. Way to go! Okay, I'm confused.
Level up. Bingo.
2 bingos.
Hooray!
That's all the bingo I could get. And bingo was his name. Aha! The ring is right there. The ring is right there. Where did I go? Okay, good.
All right.
Finally! And we got the key. That took not that long as I thought. Maybe like 30 minutes. And I got a B too.
This proves my power.
I did not expect to get a B. Yay! Yes, I am so happy! Ah, yay. Now, this part of my life. Emerald Challenge. Let's see. I only got one chance at this. Will I get it? I have no idea.
Annihilate.
Come on, Omega.
I'll take it from here.
Dang it.
Annihilate.
Shoot.
I'll take it from here.
Ah! Oh god. Oh god! Okay. Oh my goodness, Shadow! I ain't gonna lie, that was awesome. Okay, I can't run no more. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ah! The controls just switch on me. I ain't gonna make it. There's just no way. Yeah, I ain't gonna make it. The emerald is already there. At least I didn't hit the bombs like that. Gotta go fast. Yeah, but whenever they like turn sideways, the controls just be, I don't know, warp. So my left is my right and my right is my left. That's why it just be so difficult to get it.
Tell me, Doctor. What was I doing? Asleep on that base? And what about my memory?
Your memory? What memory? You have no past to remember.
What?
Well.
I believe our time is up. I'll see you again soon. Get them.
That's harsh. Shadow has no past to remember.
Wait, Doctor.
It's useless, Shadow. We have to fight him.
Numerous targets detected inside perimeter. Prepare to
Did Omega get an interference? I just be hearing static sometimes when he talks.
Level up. Annihilate guard. Fire.
This is the ultimate power.
Smash them all.
Activation ready.
I'll take it from here.
Level up.
Eradicate. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Worthless consumer models. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate guard. Eradicate.
Level up. I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
Yeah.
I'll take it from here.
Level up. I'll take it
This
from
is the
here.
ultimate power.
Woo!
Level up.
Oh, that's Team Blessing.
Just explain.
Useless pieces of junk.
Annoying little pests, aren't they?
Useless
Eliminate
pieces
all.
of junk.
Chaos control!
I may have cost my one chance of getting it.
Not bad.
Hurrah! Got it.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Eradicate. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
They are no match for us.
Eradicate. Annihilate guard. Fire. Activation ready.
That was close.
Level up.
One more.
Just as planned.
One more.
Control!
Just as planned.
Just as planned. Any more? Any more?
Just as planned.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Activation ready. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Doctor, stop this senseless fight!
You underestimated us, haven't you?
Activation test unsuccessful.
Chaos control!
I should have waited a little longer.
Eradicate.
This is only the beginning.
Is he gone?
Don't get too excited,
Yeah,
boys.
he's gone.
Those were the easy ones.
All right.
Goodbye, Eggman. You have no memory to remember. That's so cold. But I guess it makes sense. I got an A?
Phew. Did we get them all?
Oh my god, that's like friggin' great. I didn't expect to get an A on a hard team. What I was gonna say? Yeah, why would Eggman like not tell him? Well, no, it makes sense because he was evil. I guess there's too much to explain.
Eggman energy detected. Ground base up ahead.
I wonder what the doctor really meant.
We must capture him first. Let's go!
Yeah, it's this stage. I'll be relying on Rouge a lot.
Square button for acceleration and balance with left analog stick.
To jump from rail to rail, use the left analog stick and press the X button.
You know, I'm holding square and I can't accelerate. That's why I have to like spam it sometimes.
Got it.
I don't go fast as fast as I would like. Oh my god.
Got it.
Woo! I thought I was going to die there.
Good!
Yeah, see, I'm slowing down and I'm holding square. I have to spam square sometimes.
This is quite an engineering feat.
Amazing.
We are heading straight for that terminal.
Engineering feat.
I'll take it from here. We're on. Level up.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard.
Level
Annihilate
up.
guard.
I'll take it.
Eradicate.
What the heck?
All right.
I'll take it from here.
The rail disappeared.
No worries. Just watch this.
And please don't fall. Oh, thank goodness. clear.
That pole can be used to go up. Shadow, give it a try.
Shadow, you take the lead. Use that pole to go up.
Where am I?
Annihilate guard. Fire. Fire. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Kill.
I'll take it from here. Okay.
This is new.
Level up.
Level up.
Yee.
Ugly train.
Mikey!
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Why is there enemies here? There normally don't be enemies.
I'll take it from here. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from
I'll take it from here.
Let's have Shadow handle this. Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, she does dummy rings too. This should have been jewels. Or like fake chaos emeralds or something.
To you, Rouge.
Yeah. Hurrah.
Alright, who needs it?
Annihilate. Level
I'll
up.
take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah!
Just watch
Worthless
this.
consumer model.
Just watch this. Haha.
Armored train approaching.
Don't worry about them. Just keep moving.
Ah! Slowing me down.
The rail disappeared.
No worries.
Oh my god, I almost... Was I grinding on... Oh, I was.
I'll take it from here.
Jeez!
I'll take it from here. Level up.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah. Yeah.
I'll take it from here.
It's all about Shadow.
Minus gravity detected.
This is a bit too much. Watch out.
Dang it! But that's alright.
Hey. Yeah.
My god, my rings.
Level up.
Hurrah.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, everybody is level up now, so... Yeah. Power.
Annihilate.
Chaos control.
Take that. Mm-hmm.
Step aside.
Good.
Where am I?
I'll take it from here.
Oh,
I'll take it from
need
here.
Rouge.
Hurrah. What's with these trains?
Get ready. Here they come.
God dang it! Guess I was going too fast.
Watch out!
Oh my god! Ah! Mm. Oh, why didn't I stick to Rishi's?
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Unite guard, 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 unite guard. Step aside. Good.
I'll take it from here! Hurrah!
Uh-oh, I can fall. What? Where am I?
Hurrah!
This is interesting. I find a bug in the system. Well, there's plenty of bugs
What's
in
with
this.
these trains?
Get ready. Here they come.
Can't see.
I'll take it from here.
Whoa, Omega, come on, don't do
Look
that.
out ahead.
Dang it.
I'll take it from here! Hurrah!
With the game freezing like that. Yeah. Woo!
Okay! Hurrah!
Uh-oh. I'm so dead. Yeah. Rouge is too low.
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Unite guard, unite guard.
I'll take it from here!
We should find the switch for this first.
We should do this next. Wah!
Good.
I'll take it from here.
Whoops, I forget. I was supposed to be Rouge.
Level up.
Hurrah! What's with these trains?
Get ready. Here they come.
Hurrah!
Why must I suffer with these trains? I can't believe this stage is in Sonic X Shadow Generation, by the way. I'm hyped for it. I wonder who else is hyped for it. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Okay! Hurrah!
Not again.
Hurrah!
Wait, the heck? Why I keep falling there?
Ah!
Do I need to be Shadow? Do I?
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Unite guard, unite guard, unite guard, annihilation.
Keep failing.
Step aside.
Ah. Let's go, boys! Oh, wait, hold on. I'm still Shadow. Yeah.
Annihilate.
There you go.
Good.
I'll take it from here! Hurrah! Okay! What's with these trains?
Get ready. Here they come.
What's with these? Don't touch me.
Watch out!
Yes, yes.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
Oh, what the heck? Why?
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
I think that's what made Team Dark so hard.
Step aside.
I'll take it from here! Hurrah! What's with these trains?
I think I better stay as Rouge.
Here they come.
I have a higher chance. A higher chance of surviving.
Look out ahead.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Hurrah!
Ah. I thought I was on the right rail. I wasn't.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Thank goodness. Alright, who gets it?
Level up!
Finally, I can move on from that spot.
The rail disappeared!
No worries.
Wait, what's down here actually?
Annihilate. Fire.
Oh my god!
Mission failed.
Yeah, I'm gonna waste all my fucking lives right here on the stage.
The rail disappeared!
No worries.
Hurrah!
Oh my god. I'm dead.
I'll take it! Hurrah!
Oh my god! See why flight is so important? Oh, if I wasn't in flight formation.
The rail disappeared!
No worries.
Hurrah!
She ain't gonna make that. Why is there so many enemies?
Annihilate. Fire. Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here!
Worthless consumer models.
I was just about to say. Where am I?
Good.
Hurrah!
At the goal. It's the goal.
Hurrah!
Going after the goal. I need
Alright.
these damn mother truckers just blocking the rail. Ugh. Like, come on, man. Like, they want me to crash into them. They don't want me to get the ring. They don't want me to go to my goal. I know I failed this. I won't even, like, hold my breath on this one.
I couldn't even beat Gamma or Beta.
Well, you're a mega. Alright, this is the one where I
Starting to
need the
look
key.
like a base.
Here we go!
Prepare to infiltrate.
Prepare to infiltrate.
There's someone there!
Oh, my best.
Annihilate. Annihilate.
I was just about to say oh my bastard, but like
Annihilation.
they are the bastards here.
From here!
Damn!
Worthless consumer models.
Hurrah!
Shadow, you take the lead. Use that pole to go up.
Woohoo!
Out of control.
Let go of Omega.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!
Bam, 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 bam.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Level up!
Hurrah!
Annihilate. Annihilate guard.
Oh my goodness. I almost got flattened!
I'll take it. Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
Woo!
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
I almost died.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here. Level up!
It should have been Rouge.
Annihilate.
This must be the drive for that giant cannon.
It looks fun. Let's get in.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate. Kill. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard.
Alright, I got the key.
Annihilation. Annihilate.
First key.
Annihilation.
Bam, bam, bam.
Activation initiated.
Bam, bam.
Which way is the cannon facing?
Good. Good.
I need that barrier.
Good.
Level up!
Level up.
Did you know that we can maneuver right and left while airborne?
Yes, Rouge. I know this.
Do they really think they have a chance? Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Okay.
Guard. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
I'm just a little frightened. Okay, good.
Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Ooh.
Head for a wall using homing attack with Shadow as the leader. Press the X button for triangle jump. Use the left analog stick to change the jump angle.
Good.
Woo!
From here.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from
Rouge.
here. Level up! Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!
I'm not gonna let you get my key.
Yeah!
Try going up there.
Annihilate. Fire.
What's this?
This is a high-speed transport tunnel.
We have to get to the other side of the train. Let's go.
Annihilate guard. Fire.
Oh no, my barrier!
Fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Hurrah! Yeah!
Annihilate.
That was my barrier.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah, I don't think there's no danger.
Activating balancer mode.
Woo! Way to go.
Just watch this.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Chaos control.
Yeah!
Alright, now we can go.
Annihilate level up.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, I thought I was gonna die just now. I'm being so very careful.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Omega. Omega, grab the handle and pull. You know, the loopy-loop and pull. Just without the loopy-loop part.
Why don't we do a lower route?
Why don't we just...
Good.
Yeah.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard.
Level up. I'll take it from
There's a gold robot here, isn't it? Huh?
Anytime now.
Annihilate guard. Fire.
Huh, I thought there was a gold robot here.
Kill.
Damn it, rings! Ah! Shadow.
Just watch this.
Annihilate. Annihilation. Good.
I know there was a gold robot somewhere. Memories from when I was a kid.
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
You'll be alright. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
Woo! My goodness. If I could just hold this. Thank you very much.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all. Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire.
Alright.
I'll take it from here.
Step aside.
Here we go.
You got it. You got it.
Give me barrier. Give me
Got it.
barrier. Give me barrier. There's spikes. Wasn't spikes in Sonic Team.
You got it. You got it.
Oh my
You got
god.
it. You got it.
Oh my god.
That cannon sure came in handy.
Yeah, but a bit scary.
Oh. And I thought I was gonna die. Okay. We good? We good. I think. I am so scared to go any faster than this. But I'll take a chance. No!
I'll take it from here.
Yep, it was a good thing.
Outnumbered, but still no match.
Here they come.
Do they really think they have a chance?
Hurrah! Hurrah!
My key!
Annihilation.
Well, I haven't seen the second key yet. So, I'll just keep going.
Annihilate guard. Fire.
I hope the second key is somewhere.
Kill.
Ah, boy. How am I gonna do this? Oh, wait. Alright.
Shoot.
Did we do it? Shadow is stuck. Interesting. I need... Oh my god.
Annihilation.
Oh.
Annihilation. Fire.
Oh, that's how I free him. I have to destroy it. I never thought I could destroy that thing.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving. Natural.
Key!
I'll take it from here.
Oh, chestnut knife. Oh, that switch down there was for this key here. And if I didn't press that, I wouldn't have known.
I'll take it from here. Yeah.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
Bam, bow, 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 bow.
Jump to the car ahead as we destroy.
Okay.
Roger.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Hurrah!
Just gonna skip you all.
Keep moving.
Okay.
Affirmative. Annihilation. Fire.
I'll take it from here. Take this.
I'll take it from hurrah!
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
Oh no! Alright. We good.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's
Y'all
get
bastard.
moving.
Y'all know that's my...
Natural.
What? Okay.
I'll take it from here.
We have to die. I want to use the bathroom all of a sudden. Okay, I'll be right back. It shouldn't take me too long. Just going to use the ladies. Yeah? Watch my past streams. Okay.
Stay still. Oh. I'm sorry. We're so stunned by that. Everything on pause. I don't even know what I do. Obey the law of the holy Twitch chat. Invigorate. One more. Someone. I didn't expect. You know, I'll be the sole survivor.
Shut up! Be careful there. Wait, is this for real? Oh, no!
Son of a bitch.
Show yourself!
I don't know what's going on.
Knocked. That son of a bitch.
You repeated the same thing I did. Who's my team gonna be? Yukari for healing purposes. Ken for closenessness. For Shinji for because I want to have you in my bed. Alright. Get away from me! Why?
Oh, well, she said it, I don't have to say that. So, question, what's the emo boy and the female protagonist ultimate?
Oh, the boy is supposed to be an ultimate detective, supposedly. And the girl is an ultimate penis. Pianist. An ultimate pianist.
I am back. Let's get to it.
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
Is it destroyed? No.
Fire, kill. Fire, annihilation. Out of control.
Oh shoot.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilate. Annihilate. Annihilation.
I feel so much better. I feel so much relief.
I'll take it from here.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem.
Whee!
Let's get moving.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Jump to the car ahead as we destroy it.
Okay.
Roger.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
I have no time for you. We gotta get out of here.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Annihilation.
It's all over if you fall.
Wah! Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Kill. Fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Annihilation. 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 Annihilation.
Oh, bam.
I'll take it from here.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Shadow just loves to be bouncy.
Fire, fire.
Jump to the car ahead as we destroy it.
Okay.
Roger.
Okay. Like, okay.
Annihilation.
Level up.
Activation ready.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Worthless consumer models.
Hurrah!
Annihilate.
Okay.
Affirmative.
I'll take it from here. Take this.
Annihilation. Annihilation.
Alright, you know what?
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
Hurrah!
Annihilation. 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 Worthless consumer models.
Oh, crappity rappity.
Each time the bobsled takes on damage, one character is thrown off the bobsled. The speed decreases
Yeet.
if I'm thrown off, and if Rouge falls off, the bobsled won't be able to jump.
What to do?
We're gonna hit it.
We're gonna do nothing of the sort.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
Ah, crap. Oh, thank God I'm Rouge.
Hurrah! Level up!
be destroyed, please.
Good.
What's this way? What is this way? I don't know why the cameras be so dumb at times.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
What do I do now?
All 3 switches may have to be activated first.
Where's the last one? Oh, it's behind here.
I'll take it from here. Good.
Please don't do that. Up, up, up. Hold on, one moment. Oh,
You at the rear of this base, Doctor?
is he? Is he really?
The capsules on this base are the same as the ones we saw Shadow in.
Oh, if I leave them on idle, they say things? What else do they say?
I haven't seen the president lately.
Scheduled maintenance overdue.
Oh, wow. What else are you going to say? I'm actually curious.
I'll demolish this base.
You demolish the space. What else? It's Rouge! Alright, let me stop looking.
I'll take it from here. Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes there's be a third key. Sometimes. I think I still have a barrier, don't I? I hope.
That must be the base's control tower.
We're finally here.
Here we come, Eggman.
Got it.
Yay! There are some questionable beings here.
Chaos
Just gonna do
control.
this one final time.
Great.
We won. No, I gotta have chocolate. Like, I could open this now.
I couldn't even beat Gamma or Beta.
Ugh, I tried. Series 4. Okay. Emerald Challenge. Shit! Ugh. Oh my god!
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Damn it.
Annihilate.
Dang it!
I'll take it from here.
I'm just good at running straight. Ah! There's no way. Damn you! There's just no way! Why is there so many spikes? Ah! Curses. I'm very close.
We got him!
Capture him first. Then you can have your revenge, Omega.
Affirmative.
Ready all cannons! Open fire!
Look like Shadow just don't care anymore.
We have to get him, no matter what. All right?
Okay.
Ooh.
Affirmative.
Whoopsie! First thing I did.
Ready
Fell
all
off a cliff.
cannons!
Love it.
Open fire!
We have to get him, no matter what. All right?
Okay.
Affirmative.
God dang it.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
I'll take it from here.
Stay on the ball.
Level up!
Whew. I thought.
First, target the cannon. The body can be attacked after that.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah. Give me some rings.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
I gotta keep doing this. I'm going to die. Okay.
You're going to regret this!
We're not done yet. Don't let your guards down.
I know. You be careful too.
Second wave approaching. Ready to attack.
Hurrah!
Wish I could do Team Blast on it.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, I could just do that. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Retreat! Is that it?
Eggman's getting away.
Initiate pursuit.
God damn it.
Now's the time.
Level up.
Let's go! Run with it! Then Team Blast it. Yeah! I win.
You'll pay for this!
Still no answers to why Shadow was there on this base.
Did you forget who I am, Doctor?
Is that really the reason? Oh boy.
Shadow?
Let's go.
That was a shadow robot.
Ultimate life form data has been copied.
Oh.
I shall find the answer to who I really am.
It won't be in this game though. You'll find more questions than answers.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from
There
here.
are supposed to be frogs in this jungle that can summon rain.
Picasso!
Too much!
Not much. How you doing? How you been? Got your PC fixed? Going for that one up. Mine! My one up.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, I gotta die. No!
Did you guys hear a croak?
Aww. Oh.
Activation ready. Fire, fire.
Hey! Lady! What's up?
I'll take it from here.
And before you ask, no. Uh-oh. I almost fall looking at the chat. Oh. Yeah, I did ask. Yeah. Thought I could jump on those. Ah, a key. I can't hear because I'm at work, but still want to watch. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me type. Let me pause this then. I think that's on all platforms. Oh, I say ho. Whoops. I meant to say hope. Can't type while I'm streaming. I'd be stupid typing. I'm gonna try watch you on Twitch. Okay. Doesn't matter. I stream on all. Well, I can't say all. On YouTube and Twitch.
I'll take it from here.
Did I just come from down there? Oh, I got the key. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay.
I'll pick up from here. Level up.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all. Annihilate God.
I'll pick up from here.
Worthless consumer models. Annihilate. Annihilate God.
No, my key!
Worthless consumer models.
Anyway, that's alright. This is not the key I need yet. Yeah.
Annihilate.
Who follows me? Oh, Magasu, you give me a cheer. Thank you. You give me a dab. Yes. Dabba. Thank you for the chair.
Fire, fire.
I'll pick up from here. Level up.
But you should really be, you know, saving those for,
A frog in the vicinity.
you know, when you need it. You don't need to cheer for me. I know you're cheering for me. from my phone to your stream.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
I appreciate it.
Let's get moving.
Yeah, get away.
Annihilate.
Wrong person. But guys, have you ever played this game before? Have you ever played Sonic Heroes?
Level up.
Oh my god. Oh man. Yeah.
Don't fall.
Nah, but I have it on my Retro Pocket 4 Pro. Oh, that's cool. Alright, so eventually you'll come across this. I can play it whenever. Alright. If you want to know the story of Shadow, I suggest starting with Sonic Adventure 2, then this, then Shadow the Hedgehog, and then the new game that's coming out next week, Sonic X Shadow Generation, baby! That's why I'm playing this. Just doing a little recap. Dang it, you need to destroy that, huh?
I'll take it from here. Take this. Take this.
Annihilate. Annihilate.
Ooh.
Fire, fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Naturally.
I'll take it from here.
Naturally.
I'll take it from here.
Keanu Reeves has Shadow the Hedgehog. Yes! It's Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the
We
movie.
might be able to use this flower if I can create some wind.
Man, I cannot wait.
Good.
Damn it, I missed that balloon.
Minus gravity detected.
Good.
Danger. Steep grade ahead.
I'll take it from here.
It's the key! It's the second key.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Alright, if I get hit, then
I'll take it from here.
that's fine.
Useless heaps of metal.
I'll eliminate them all.
Chaos control.
Beano.
Just as planned.
The frog can't see me because time has stopped moving. I gotta wait till time stops. I mean, start again. There you go. Peach. Peach. Why speed?
Steep grade ahead.
Can I make it? 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 I could. Yeah! Yeah. Yeah.
Annihilate.
I'll take this.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilate. Fire.
Ooh. Alright.
Naturally.
I hate this golden turtle.
Flying vegetation detected up ahead.
Should we make it fly again?
Be my guest.
You're the only one that could make it fly, Shadow.
Look at the size of that mushroom.
That's
I've
a
never
mushroom?
seen one so big.
The wind taking her straight for that mushroom.
Got it.
Yay! Okay.
I'll take it from here.
Yes.
Here they come.
Omega.
Here I come.
Eggman's robot
Nyeh,
must
nyeh,
be
nyeh.
eliminated.
Oh, mother blocker.
Annihilate. Fire.
If this was the stage that the key that I needed, I would have killed myself. Wish I saw this area.
I took it from here. Hurrah!
Oh. Who ain't got no power up? Hang on. No. Go Shadow. Oh, you bastard. Alright. Kill.
I'll take it from here.
On the vines. Up and down. Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh shit. Ugh, going way too fast.
Let's go.
This is a bit too much.
Goddamn.
Activating balance servo. Annihilate.
Whoops.
I took it from hurrah!
Annihilate guard. Fire. Fire.
There's someone there.
Yeah. Ah! Oh, okay. We good.
Annihilate.
Is this another key? Sweet.
Who
I
would
got
thought it
another
would be
key.
here? Hurrah!
Okay. Can I stay alive though? You know what?
Hurrah!
Chaos Blast.
Chaos control.
Sorry, not Chaos Blast. Chaos Control. What do I think this is? Shadow the Hedgehog video game? Oh, the frog won't see me until time to start moving again. So I'm just gonna stay here. Okay, now it sees me. Alright. Let's do this. Go, fine, go. Fine, go. We're moving at the speed of a vine. We're going this way. Then we're gonna go someplace I don't know. Ta-da! Ta-da! I live for the holler. And I got the key. Yes! Bonus stage time! I'm gonna fail, but at least I'll try to get some 1-up or something.
Power balance adjustment needed.
I got a D. No! As Macbeth would say, the average grade. Oh, sorry. Subledge to you. I call her Macbeth sometimes. By the way, she says hi. She's trying to get her life together. Alright, time to do this. And no! Oh my goodness. Alright. Stay right here.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here. I'll take it from here.
Wrong person. Focus. Focus.
I took it from here.
Rouge, I ain't gonna lie. I don't like being you. Ah! Oh, come on.
Just watch this.
Just watch this. Alright. Can I jump off this? I want to jump off. Ah! Alright. Ah, I could just speed it up using square. I am so not gonna make it. 2 minutes. This thing is slowing me down. Ah! Anyway. This was in the Emerald Challenge, so I'm not that upset that I didn't get it. That I didn't beat this stage. It's fine. So my guys, so what you doing now?
It's a swamp, so be careful. I'll take it from the Hurrah! Level up! Hurrah!
Oh no.
Here they come.
Omega, attack!
Can't
them!
see!
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
We can't
Line-
even scratch
line in my
that
bed.
armor.
Okay.
Switch to power formation, Omega.
Good.
That's good. Better than stressing.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Annihilate.
I'll take it from here!
Yee. Get your hammer away from me. Get away.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from Hurrah!
Alright, anything else on this part of the jungle? No?
Yeah!
I'm about to see Victim Mummy and
Hurrah!
fun to somebody.
Hurrah!
Again. Hiya!
Anytime.
Yeah, bitch! Yaha! Oh, there's a barrier up there. I should have gotten that barrier. Yay! Yay! Yay!
I'll take it from here!
Whoa, this one is aiming for me. What? Rouge, where you at?
I'll take it from here!
Paralyze him. Ain't nobody is like powerful enough to beat up in here.
Level up.
Playing some old Game Boy Color game. What's the name of the Game Boy Color game? Oh. I don't want this frog to see me. I want to get up there. Shit. I went right in front of his face. What the?
Why did those black frogs do this?
It's no use. Let's check somewhere else.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here!
Speed! Key! Yes! Please! Thank you.
Hurrah!
My favorite food is cheese.
Okay! Hurrah!
The mechanism trips the weight when the shadow is stepped on.
We got you, Shadow. We got you. Let me give this some, Mega.
Level up.
He needs to level up.
Take it from here!
Get away, heathen!
Hurrah! Hurrah!
That was mine.
Here we go!
Alright. Shadow's turn. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah. I ain't gonna mess with none of y'all. Don't care.
There's that black frog again.
Dang it. Please don't hit me, please. I just got this key. I don't want to lose the key in this stage.
You can't even scratch that armor. Switch to power formation, Omega.
Nope.
Hurrah!
Oh my god. Oh.
Hurrah!
We are right, folks. We are right. We are right. Froggy!
Hurrah! 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 All right!
This is a job for Rouge.
Why the platforms gotta be small for the hard people?
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Level up.
Nope. Get away. This part I hate. Alright, never mind. I managed to easily pass that.
Utilize the maximum arch of the ivy, then jump.
Don't fall.
Good.
Yeah.
Outnumbered, but still no match.
Okay.
Rouge is powerful enough to destroy them now.
Something.
Oh no. Give me
There
Rouge.
he is, again.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Destroy my enemy.
Beaten by brutes. How weak they must be.
Oh god! Ah, it's an Omega. Yeah.
There he is, again.
Uh-oh. This ain't gonna work for me.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Is this the key? Yeah, I know there was a key there. But I'll leave that there. There's like a checkpoint somewhere. Aha! Alright, so now I know where the key is if I die.
Level up.
Here they
Oh no!
Control.
I kind of panic pressed.
Come on.
Nothing else up here?
I'll take it from here.
No.
I'll take it from here.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it from here.
Woo! Get away. I was wondering, like, why is this frog here?
Got it. Hurrah!
There's another
This
key.
is a job for Shadow.
Alright.
Natural.
I'll take it from here.
It's so hard to get this key. I already have a key. So don't fear I'm getting it.
Hurrah!
Flying vegetation detected up ahead.
Level up.
Alright, everybody done level up now. I don't have to worry about that.
Good.
Yeah. Move I say. We go up.
I'll take it from
Nee.
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Nope. Did I get it?
Annihilate. Activation ready.
Nope.
Annihilate. Charge. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
I think it's destroyed now. Is it destroyed? Yeah. I can't get through those lasers. Oh yeah, I could. Oh. So that's what you do. I have no idea where I'm going. Of course.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Rush! Come to mama.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Annihilate. Charge. Fire. Fire, fire.
Yeah, it's safe just to jump and do that.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
There you go.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
There he is.
Oh god. God dang it. Okay, I don't know what's behind this tree. I'm scared. Okay, you're gonna make this grow again.
Hurrah!
Yeah.
Hurrah!
Hello, Maria. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Oh, father. Come on, come on. Yeah. Okay, good. Yes. I said welcome back. Alright.
Yeah!
Doesn't matter who get this. Everybody already, like, up the par. Wow. Oh, hello again, yeah. Oh shoot, I almost failed this one. I need a barrier. Oh, it'd be so nice if I could get a barrier.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
are they trying to take us down to the swamp?
Let's go.
Uh-oh! I'm gonna die! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, thank goodness.
Hey, there's something coming.
It's a giant alligator living in the swamp.
Oh,
We don't have time.
I thought I was gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna go. Go. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. What the heck? Oh, man. We restarting this. No, that's it, man.
It's a swamp.
I lost the key. So I have to restart.
There.
Hurrah! Level up!
Ah!
Hurrah!
Here they come.
Oh my god.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman
Oh my
must be
god.
eliminated.
Okay. Paralyzed, please.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Can't see. Oh, can't see. Rouge, where are you? Rouge, I'm scared.
I'll take it from here!
You're my favorite person? Maria, do you even
Annihilate.
know me? I'm kidding.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here! Yeah!
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here! Level up!
Ah! Ah! Eh.
Hurrah!
Ah. Okay. We good. I'm not panicking. There are at least 3 keys I know of in this jungle. Do you play? Do I play what?
Annihilate. Fire. Activation ready.
Yee!
Annihilation.
Run!
I'll take it from here!
Woo! I almost. Well, I don't have my key. I don't have the key. Roblox? Oh no, I don't.
Annihilate. Annihilate.
This big robot won't be so dangerous if we can knock him over.
I do not have Roblox. That's why I do not play.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Ah, she can't get up there.
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
I'll take it from here! Hurrah!
That robot has defensive spikes. Maybe I can figure out a better way to attack.
Hurrah!
Yeah.
Hurrah!
Getting away from
Trap triggers the weight to fall down when the shadow is crossed.
clever.
Annihilate. Level
I'll
up.
take it from here!
Woo!
Hurrah! Here we go!
I'll take it from here.
I hope this doesn't not make me a favorite person because I don't play Roblox. Yes! Made it! Now I can skip all of these shenanigans!
Hurrah!
Oh my god. Don't put that on me.
That robot is armor plated. Only I can destroy them. Let's go up.
I say no, I do not play.
Hurrah!
Do not play Roblox. I said no.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Yee! Oh my god.
Hurrah!
Nah! Alright, we safe. Froggy.
Hurrah!
Thunder shit, yeah!
This is a job for Rouge.
Hurrah! Hurrah! Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Whee! Yeah, again, do not play Roblox. Do not. I do not play Roblox. Nope.
I'll take it from here.
Danger. Steep grade ahead. Good. Do they really think they have a chance?
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
sensing something.
Froggy. Make it rain, Froggy.
There he is again.
Oh my! Anyway, I'm right there.
I'll take it from here.
Danger. Steep grade ahead. Good.
Ah!
Do they really think they have a chance? Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
Good thing I know where the second key is, or else I would have started the stage to there.
Something.
Let it rain. Let it rain. I have a friend, my first friend. Oh? That's good. At least you have a friend. That's great. Now, Shadow, please don't fall. I will cry. He fell right in. I will now cry. Ah! I think I need to eat some chocolate. It's a good thing, right? I mean, yeah. It's a
Humidity
good thing.
levels unacceptable. Must get out of here.
I'll take it
Just
from
don't let
here.
that friend use you.
Don't fall.
Good.
Then it's good to have a friend.
But still no match.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from
I'm
here.
sensing something.
Worthless
Make sure you're not the only one that's doing stuff in the friendship relationship. Make sure the friend also do stuff for you. That's what I mean. Don't let them take advantage of you.
There he is again.
I'll take it from here.
beaten by fruits. How weak
But other
they
than that,
must be.
yeah, I'm glad that you have a friend. Whee! Let it rain. To kill my fruit.
Level up.
They like my videos? Thank you.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
You make it seem like you just made this friend. How does the friend now know about my videos?
I'll take it from here. Take this.
Up, up, up.
There he is again.
Let it rain! Get smashed by fruits! Fruit be smash! Kill you! Oh, Omega got shot. That's fine.
Annihilate. Fire.
But I hate when... Ah, man.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
I can't see! Oh my goodness! Camera! Camera be stupid. Come on. Yeah. Alright, that's what I got. Meow, meow, meow. Let me get this to Rouge. My videos are really good? Oh, thank you, man.
Annihilate.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it from here.
Number, but still no match.
I'm pretty sure there are other people that have much better videos.
Activation ready.
I think you're just trying to boost my ego, like, a lot. I'm sorry this is a lot of message. No, you're just talking.
Kill.
Level up.
Ain't nobody else is talking.
I'll take it from here.
People are just lurking and watching me, like Magasa. And Tay. She's in the chat. But she can't talk because she's still work. So it's fine. Alright. Oh my god, I'm gonna fall, but that's alright. We are good to go. Let it rain, let it rain. Yes, I wanna go upper. I wanna go upper. Upper, I say. Upper.
This is a job for Shadow.
I just hope Rouge doesn't. No! Oh. Okay. Oh man. Well, that was my chance. I missed it. I wonder how come these mushrooms don't run away. just gonna skip by you, sir.
Hurrah!
There you go.
Flying vegetation detected up ahead.
Gotta go right now. Gotta go in the shore. Like this.
Reloaded.
We gotta, like, fly. Oh shit. Don't touch me.
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire. Annihilate. Fire.
Don't touch me.
I can get from here.
Don't touch me.
Any time now. Yeah.
Open on him. Adamant. Oh shit. Oh.
Annihilate.
That was so close. Look at Shadow. I got fall.
Humidity levels unacceptable. Must get out of here.
Why is that so funny?
I can get from here.
Annihilate.
Oh my god.
Annihilation.
There he is, again.
Damn these frogs.
Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!
Oh my goodness.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
You're back.
Hurrah!
You're supposed to jump.
Hurrah!
Alright, good. Cool. I ain't trusting nothing. It's a good thing I didn't trust nothing. Hit you. Don't wanna be you. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Ooh! What the heck? Why am I falling like this?
I can get from here.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah, only.
Level up.
I can get from here.
Seems like only Shadow had the speed to go up that incline. But remember, keep making videos and I will subscribe and like, okay? Alrighty then. Thank you so much. Yes, I will be making more videos, content in the future. Well, more short videos.
Hey, are they trying to take us down to the swamp? Hurrah!
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Focus. Focus.
It's a giant alligator living in the swamp.
Why this went
Have time for this.
Why this went backwards? This thing is cheat. This cheat. Oh my goodness. I don't even know where the key is.
I can get from here.
I need to find the key.
Annihilate.
Is there a key like nearby? I don't even remember. After I pass the stage, I think there is a key like...
There he is, again.
Ah, where is the key?
Hurrah!
There's no way. Let me see. Maybe I could get lucky and there's a key somewhere around here? No. Maybe the other way. Sometimes there's secrets. Okay.
Hurrah!
Don't look so. Weird. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's see. Let's see something. Where am I? I thought I died.
Okay. Hurrah! Hurrah!
Can I go back in that hole?
Hurrah!
I can't go back in the hole. Oh, I was like, what? So, do you want my name? No, no. I don't think that's fair. I think we should all remain anonymous.
Reloaded.
In Roblox. No? No, I don't need your name in Roblox. I intend to like play that game anytime soon. When we play Roblox, you can give me a username then.
I think it's from here.
I am so doomed.
There he is, again.
Trying to find the key. But I think it makes sense just to restart.
It's a swamp, so be careful. I think it's from Level up! Hurrah!
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
Hurrah!
Good.
Annihilate. Fire.
Wish, come back to me, darling.
I think it's from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I think it's from here.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Wish, darling.
Here.
Annihilate. Fire.
I think it's from here. Level up!
Why did you still give me your name when I told you no? I'm not going to remember that. Telling you straight up because I'm not playing Roblox at the time.
Annihilate.
I think it makes sense you give me that name
Ready.
if whenever. Damn it. I play Roblox.
The robot's mobility while using its hammer is fairly low. If toppled, it shouldn't be able to get up for a while. Annihilation.
That big robot won't be so dangerous if we can
My
knock
friend
him
gave me
over.
that name. So bye and remember to make videos, okay? Have a good one. I will remember to make videos for everybody. This whole world needs to see how trash I am.
I think it's from here.
Oh, damn it.
The black frog has the ability to destroy vegetation.
Hurrah!
I made it though. Yes!
Take it from here.
Yeah, let me get this stuff.
I think it's from here. Hurrah! Here we go.
I'll take it from here.
Oh. Well, that's fine. I find the key yet anyway.
I think it's from here. Hurrah! Here we go.
I'll take it from here.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's from here. Hurrah! Hurrah!
We're gonna skip all of
There's
you
that black
people.
frog again.
You can't even scratch that armor. Switch to power formation, Omega.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Shut up.
Whee! Hurrah!
Don't you just love when I could restart?
Hurrah!
Up to you, Rouge.
Hurrah! Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Level up!
Don't fall.
Good. Do they really think they have a chance? Annihilate. Fire, 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 fire.
I'm sensing something.
I'll take it from here!
Yes, a frog.
Worthless consumer models.
I'm gonna let Rouge still be the leader.
There he is again.
Beaten by fruit. How weak they must be.
Level up! Hurrah!
Fairly weak.
I'll take it from here. Take this. There he is again.
Yeah!
Annihilate. Activation ready.
Key.
Annihilation.
Alright. Hopefully, this key could stay with me.
Annihilate. Level up.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here!
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here!
But still. Chaos control.
I have one last Kit Kat. I love Kit Kat.
Yeah!
Level up.
Who else loves Kit Kat? Kit Kat is great.
Hurrah!
I'll take it from here.
No!
I'll take it from here!
Get away.
Yeah!
My Kit Kat. Kit Kat was awesome.
Got it! Hurrah!
This is a job for Shadow.
Natural.
What the fuck? Well, the key is right there, so as long as I can get it up there, it's fine.
Annihilate.
I'll take it
Do
from
they
here!
really think they have a chance?
Okay!
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilate guard. 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 Activation ready.
I'll take it from here!
Level up.
Kill.
2 level ups in 1? Love it. I swear, I think my AC needs some oiling. It's making so much weird noises. That's right, rain on my parade.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Rain on my parade. Whoa.
Hurrah!
Looks
Alright.
like this one's for me. Natural.
I'll take it from here!
Woo!
Annihilate. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here!
Good.
Got a free life too. I love that.
Should we make it fly again?
Level up!
I'll take it from here.
If I die,
Take this.
I just hope this game don't cheat on me.
Our analysis indicates slight up and down control is possible.
Slight.
I'll take it from here!
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here. Take this.
Okay.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Come to mama.
Here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Level up.
Ugh. Okay. Whee!
Annihilate. Annihilation.
There he is, again.
Irene has to stop first. And then the green. Do you see me? Good. See me.
Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!
Yeah! We got it.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Hurrah!
I thought I was going to fall.
Hey, are they trying to take us down to the swamp?
Let's go.
Yeah, that
There's
nonsense.
something coming.
It's a giant alligator living in the swamp.
We don't have time for this. Let's go.
Oh, you bastard! Oh my goodness! It went backwards! Ugh.
It's a swamp, so be careful. I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Level up! Hurrah!
Here they come.
Omega, attack them!
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
Okay.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it
Dang
from
it.
here.
That's not who I wanted.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
Ah.
Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Hurrah!
Why do I do this to myself? Why? Some of those vines just move backwards. I don't know why.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
That robot has defensive spikes. Maybe I can figure out a better way to attack.
Or we could just avoid them altogether.
Anytime now.
The
Yeah.
crack triggers the weight to fall down when the shadow is crossed.
Hurrah!
It's best to go over it.
Level up!
Gotta go over it.
Hurrah! Here we go!
I'll take it from here.
Alright. Shadow could take over here. Damn it. What? Oh my goodness. Anyway, that's fine.
I'll take it from
There's
here!
another chance to get a key, so that's great.
Hurrah! Here we go!
Why I just failed with Shadow there? Now I made it.
I'll take it from here! There's that black frog again.
You can't even scratch the armor. Switch to power formation, Omega.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Power formation. We don't have time for power formation.
Hurrah! Okay. Hurrah! Hurrah! Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
Hurrah!
Oh, shit. Thought I was gonna die just now.
Level up!
Let go of the item when it reaches the highest point of its swing.
Good. Do they really think they have a chance? Annihilate.
I'm sensing something.
Charge. Annihilation.
Okay.
Are they destroyed?
Hurrah!
They're not.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Level up.
We need the frogs to awaken.
There he is, again.
Hurrah!
Beaten by fruits. How weak they must be.
Hurrah!
I'll take it from here.
I just want Hario to finish the stage.
There he is, again.
I'll take it from here.
There you go.
Hurrah!
Nope, 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 I'm not leaving till I get my delicious key. Alright. See if we could do this. Ugh. Getting a little bit frustrated. Yeah.
Level up!
Little bit frustrated. Little bit frustrated. Getting frustrated. Out of my way.
Chaos control.
Like, out of my way. Aha.
Kill.
Blue, yellow, boom.
Enemies eliminated.
I knew we could do it.
Don't let your guard down just yet.
I'm too scared. Every time Shadow leads, we fall in the water. Is this not the water part? No. Jump! Let it rain, Froggy! Let it rain! Because I want to skip things. A lily pad. Okay. I was like, lily pad team go again? Come on! Come on!
Good.
Hurrah! We'll be able to control it going up and down.
Let's go.
Annihilate. Fire. 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 Fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Okay.
Annihilate. Activation ready.
I'll take it from here.
No!
Annihilate.
I can't see.
Fire. Fire.
There you go.
I'll take it from here.
Level up.
No more checkpoints for me.
I'll take it from here. Take this.
This is weird. Hold on. Oh, that's just me. Okay, yeah, that was just me. I think I'm gonna have to turn off that enhanced thingy.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Come, guys. I need you.
Fire, fire, fire.
There you go.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Annihilate. Annihilation.
There he is, again.
Annihilation. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilation, baby.
Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!
Aha! Aha!
Okay.
Aha! I'm sorry. No more checkpoints. If I die, go back where the key is. No more checkpoints for this streamer. Bloody hell.
Hurrah!
Omega. Omega. Oh, thank goodness. But we're facing the wrong way, though. There you go.
Hey, are they trying to take us down to the swamp?
Yeah,
Spartans, creatures. Let's go.
gotta be careful of this.
Hey, there's something coming.
It's a giant alligator living in the swamp.
We don't have time for this. Let's go.
Yeah, I watching you, Vine. I watching you. Ah, shit. Damn it! Oh, the key. Key. Key is up there.
Be my guest. I'll take it from here.
Yeah, baby.
Good.
Alright.
Annihilation.
Smartest idea yet.
Hurrah!
I'll take it from here.
Flower analysis indicates slight up and down control is possible. Reloaded.
I'll take it from here.
Maybe a tad difficult to get these enemies.
Annihilate. Annihilate.
Level up. I'll take it from here.
Okay, one more left. I could easily go that way.
Hurrah!
I want to take the... I take the flying squirrel.
I'll take it
I mean, the
from
flying flower. Jesus, what am I saying? Flying squirrel. This ain't no squirrel. He's a hedgehog. Nyam.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Bomb activation ready.
Yeah, let's do this.
Chaos control.
Like, let's do this.
Level up.
I'll take it from here.
Up and at him, man.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
There he is, again.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Oh my god. What the heck is wrong with this? I almost like caused myself.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll pick it from here.
Nope. Let's not get that checkpoint. Checkpoint is a no-go. We don't get that at all.
Hurrah!
I don't know why I missed this time.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Oh my god.
Hurrah!
Whoosh. Alright. Ah!
Hey, are they trying to take us down to the swamp?
Let's go.
Hey, there's something coming!
It's a giant alligator living in the swamp.
We don't have time for this. Let's go.
Damn vines! Ah! I lost the key. I don't know, I keep thinking that vine going back. Ah! Dang it.
Good.
At least I'm being smart about it. Not getting that checkpoint. Not starting over.
Let's go.
I'll pick it from here.
Annihilation. Fire, 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 fire.
I'll pick it from here.
Level up. I'll take it from here. Take this.
Yeah.
I'll pick it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire, fire.
I'll pick it from here. Any time now.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Level up.
Wait, did I get the key? Did I? No, I did not. I don't think I did.
Hurrah!
Huh. It's not over. We falling.
Ah!
I don't remember getting the key. Yeah, it was supposed to go back.
I'll pick it from here.
Flying vegetation detected up ahead.
Yeah, that's my
Good.
bad.
Annihilation.
I'll pick it from here.
And then go back this way.
Hurrah!
I'll take it from here. Take this.
Flower analysis indicates slight up and down control is possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
Annihilator. Annihilator. Annihilation.
Level up. I'll take it from here.
I'll pick it from here.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll pick it from here. Yeah.
Annihilate. Fire. Activation ready.
Chaos control.
Aha!
Level up.
Annihilation.
There he is again.
I'll pick it from here. Hurrah!
I just want to hurry up. Finish this. Not get that checkpoint. No. Not get that checkpoint, baby. Whiny. Okay, great. If I don't do nothing, I catch Divine. Yeah, Divine. Alright, Julio.
Hey, are they trying to take us down to the swamp?
Let's go.
I was so focused.
Enemies eliminated.
Thank goodness gracious. Sonic U is giving me so many headaches with its slippery control. Tell me up. And the fact that I have to survive with the key in order to get to the bonus round. But hey, it's really a good game to go back to before, you know, Sonic X Shadow Generation comes out. Which is why I started to play it.
I'm ashamed to call myself a treasure hunter.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rouge. It's just that I restarted so many times. I don't give a fuck. Like, as long as I get the key. Yay! Special stage. Emerald Challenge. Watch me fail this. I can only do this once. Yeah! Oh, and here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Damn all these spikes. There's just no way. Oh god. Yeah! I think it was slowing down for me. Not sure.
Annihilate.
Damn it! Got the shadow.
Annihilate.
Yee. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. My. Oh, that was the greatest play ever. Oh, that was the greatest play ever. Like flipping that. I never got that emerald. So happy. I'm so very happy. Yay. Oh, hello.
Look, it's that hedgehog.
Wonder what the big rush is all about. Bet you those guys will end up getting in my way and making trouble.
Hey, isn't that...
Sonic! Talk about being stubborn and full of surprises.
Long time no see, boys. Too bad you had to come all this way for nothing. We'll take it from here.
What'd you say?
Sensors locked on Eggman. Non-compliant intruders will be destroyed.
Didn't you know? We have a date with Eggman, too.
Is that so? Well then, it'll be a date to die for.
Hey, that's my line.
God, tell me this isn't the real Shadow. You'll be paid to die for.
Not the best way to greet those you haven't seen in a while.
What was with that hedgehog that looked like my twin?
Goodbye, guys. No!
But I can't let you win.
Bye bye.
Annihilate.
What? They can do Team Blast? I think I'm doomed.
Certain characters are best against enemy formation. Let
I'm
me be
doomed.
the leader when enemies are in power.
Yeah, I'm doomed. Wow. I failed the team.
Not the best way to greet those you haven't seen in a while.
That blue hedgehog of all places.
What was with that hedgehog that looked like my twin?
Annihilate. One less supporter. Now I shall destroy you all. Got it.
I failed. Oh god.
Good.
Nah!
Level up.
Oh, way to go.
Annihilate.
Just Knuckles now. I can't get? What the heck? Get away, Knuckles. Like, get away, please. Go. Ah, what the heck?
Balances.
Ah!
Annihilate.
Well, mother, why are they so hard to get? Why?
Not the best way to greet those you haven't seen in a while.
What was with that hedgehog that looked like my twin?
Level up.
Yeah, I decided to take a different route.
Balances.
What the heck?
Leave it.
Yeah, I got a barrier, baby.
Lost your mind?
All right.
Okay, we finally win. It took 2 tries, but that's okay. I finally win in the end. Team Dark Rules! Damn, that last fight was BS. Yes, it was. I made it up, though. 35 seconds.
Sorry,
Aw.
but no time for greetings.
I got a B. That's not fair. It's not like I lose any of my characters.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Affirmative.
What's up? Something on your mind?
Well, never mind. Let's go. That blue hedgehog like me. What did the doctor say about my memory? And just who am I?
My poor boy. With the amnesia. Don't worry. You'll be alright.
Annihilate. 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 Fire. Fire.
Does Shadow really think he's
Kill.
Whoa.
Fire.
God dang it! Stupid ghost.
Annihilation. Level up. Fire.
Alright, any more cracks in the wall? Anybody home with the dog crack? Nope. Alright. Nobody home with the dog crack.
What?
Whee! What's happening to us?
The horizon has turned upside down.
Thank you, Omega. Meow.
Annihilate.
Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Any time now.
Annihilate. Worthless consumer models.
Alright, Coolio.
I'll take it from here.
Oh.
I'll take it from here. Just watch this.
Yeet!
Take this.
I'm sorry, I got scared.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire. Annihilate. Fire. Fire. Fire.
Woo. Oh, I was one.
Fire. Fire.
I miss an enemy. It's funny how everyone loves Sonic, but when Shadow got introduced, it was
upside-down
game
castle.
over. Oh, Shadow probably 80% favorite Sonic characters.
It's flipped right side up.
Of course.
Annihilation.
It's the second lead syndrome.
Annihilation.
once that hits you, like, you don't really care about the main protagonist.
I'll take it from here.
Oh my god, I almost hit that thing. Get up. Get out of here.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here. Level up.
Why don't we do a lower route?
Sure. A lower route.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated. Annihilate. Switch detected ahead. Good.
Oh, I thought I destroyed them all.
Annihilate. Fire.
I hate these shields-like robots. Anyway, it's no time to fret.
I'll take it from here.
Uh-oh. What happened to me? Oh. Hey, buddies! Get paralyzed.
Annihilate. Annihilation. Fire.
Level up.
Okay, way to go.
Worthless consumer models.
Oh, over there.
I'll take it from here.
Like, I know where to go. I just didn't know where. Oh, spikes. I love these.
I'll take it from here. Take this.
Ah! Oh, well, I don't have to keep.
Take this.
Shadow, if you fall, I will cry.
Annihilate. Out of control.
What the hell? What happened? What happened to me?
Why don't we do a lower route?
Yeah, it's fine.
There's someone there.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Annihilate.
Let's
Annihilate. Good. Charge. Annihilation.
just go.
Switch detected ahead.
Let's just go. I'm a gliding robot.
That robot is armor plated. Only I can destroy them. Fire! Fire! Fire!
Level up.
I'll take it from here.
Worthless consumer models.
Why does my orientation be so bad around now?
Hurrah!
Hiya!
Annihilate. Fire! Fire!
Yeah.
Annihilate. Annihilate. Worthless
wrist.
consumer models.
I'll take it from here.
And don't worry, it'll come back.
Invisible
There you go.
path along those torches. Whoa.
Hurrah!
I think I'm doing good so far.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
I'll take it. Hurrah!
I'm not boring y'all, am I? I wish to provide entertainment to y'all.
Fire!
Level up.
Oh, what am I shooting at? The switch is there. It's Shadow turn.
Just watch this.
Just watch that.
Chaos control.
And time has been frozen. I love it.
Hurrah!
Let's go down.
Screaming, screaming, pain, pain.
Annihilate. Fire! 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 Fire!
Oh, I missed the blue orb.
The doors open.
Let's go.
It's a pole.
Fire! Fire!
Why
Annihilate. 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 Annihilate.
does the enemies die? Take so long to destroy. Mega, you're supposed to be the ultimate. Okay, I think that's all of it.
Step aside.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Good.
There should be another crack in the room.
Annihilation.
Key!
Annihilation.
Yay! Got the key! Uh-huh.
Annihilation. Step aside.
Hmm? That's strange. What does the switch do? What does it do? I don't know. Oh, the pole.
I'll take it from here. Take this.
Time to strip. Time to be a stripper. Strip. We're twirling. We're feeling up that pole. Yes, we are.
Come on.
From here.
Oh, well, yeah, we could pass those stones. Whee! Now we're grinding. Man, we are so perverted.
Annihilate.
First we was dancing on the pole, and now we're grinding. Oh my god.
Level up.
Anytime now.
Don't hit me. Woo! I thought that was gonna hit me. I'm falling indefinitely. Can I switch characters?
I'll take it from here.
Yeah, I could. But I feel so much safe when I'm Rouge. Look at that. Can't even control them. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What if I'd have lain a little bit to the
What's
right?
happening to us?
Oh boy.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah.
Hurrah!
Thank God for level 2 Rouge.
Yeah.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire. Fire.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to move on.
No problem. Let's get moving.
I missed Team Dark versus Team Heroes rematch. Yeah, you did. And not too long.
Let's change
face Sonic.
formations to sideways from here.
Switch
But hey!
selected ahead.
Chaos.
This video will be saved, so you could always go back and see my failure that I kinda died twice before I actually defeated Sonic. I didn't kill Sonic. There's no... Sonic will never die.
I'll take it from here.
I'll take it from here.
Get out of here!
Watch out.
I can't see what I'm walking on.
Just follow the torches.
Yeah. Get out of here. Hate these ghosts.
Whoa.
Oh. Stupid ghost.
Annihilation. Annihilation.
I thought I would find something in these boxes.
Annihilation.
Switch? Or was that the only? Oh yeah.
Here they come.
Omega, attack them.
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
But I got the key. I don't want to be hit at this time.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
Eee.
Fire. Fire.
Why?
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Fire.
Okay. Pull it up. Pull it up.
Fire. Fire.
I'm being extra careful.
Here. Hurrah!
Kill.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate.
I can't get up there.
Hurrah!
Hit you. There you go. Now there's a crack in the wall. I want to get it.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
It's a barrier.
I'll take it from here.
Get it! Get it!
Time now.
Get it! Alright. Shadow got smashed, but that's alright. He can walk that off.
Annihilate. Fire.
Level
Fire.
up.
Fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Kill. Annihilate. Charge. Fire.
Right. I was not paying attention about the keys.
I'll take it from here.
Annihilate. Charge. Fire. Annihilate. Charge. Fire. Annihilate. Charge.
I got hit twice!
Level up.
Step aside.
That's a bummer.
Annihilate. Charge. Fire.
these shield robots.
What?
Woo! Ghost, don't do that. Don't do that to me.
Annihilate guard, fire. Annihilate guard, fire. Annihilate guard, fire. Annihilate guard.
I think it's wrong.
Level up.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Using Roosh.
Just as planned.
Jump! Jumpity, wumpity, wumpity. Jumpity. Jump! Uh-oh. That's too high. Jump. Yeah. Hey! What's that?
Annihilate guard, fire. Annihilate guard.
Level 3! Love level 3 Omega. Alright.
Just watch this.
Yeah.
I'll take it from here.
Okay.
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
Uh-oh.
Annihilate guard, fire.
We're moving on.
I'll take it
What's
from
with this
here.
ugly statue?
Rouge, there's a target switch. Can you handle it?
I'll take it from here.
Come on.
Got it.
That was a struggle. Yeah.
Annihilate guard, fire. Annihilate guard, fire.
Pine Castle is quite an interesting level.
Right.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I'll take it from here.
Oh my god. Okay, I wasn't looking where I was jumping. Rouge, get that. Please get that. Hit it. Hit that damn target. Did I get it?
Just watch
I
this.
had to go a little over.
I'll take it from here.
Alright, here we go. We're stripping. We're doing the pole dance. We're going. Yes, yes. Oh, that's a good move. That's a good dance. And
The only option is to break the walls.
every time there's a dialogue, it freezes a little. It's just an emulator, so forgive me for that,
Whoa.
guys.
Fire,
Yee.
fire, fire.
Pumpkin, get out of my way. Get out my way, pumpkin.
Annihilate
Pumpkin
guard,
guts.
fire.
Naturally.
Oh, shit. What's happening? Oh.
Annihilate.
Jump.
Oh, well, it froze, so I didn't jump in time. Can I get this?
Let's jump.
Nope. Not at all. Yeah.
Good.
Alright. Can we do this one?
Let's jump.
And I did it too early. What? Where was that switch?
Small foothold in the middle detected.
Oh boy.
There's someone there.
This is new.
Look out.
Good.
This is... Yeah. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you.
Danger.
Woo! Shadow, hit. Thank you. The ring! I mean the goal! I don't know why I call that the ring. It's a ring goal.
I'll take it from here.
All right.
Okay, I don't need the key for this stage, so we can just skip this. But I need the key for the next stage. So I will be dying if necessary. Same with Mystic Mansion. At least both of their music sounds catchy. Well, most of Sonic Heroes music is a
couldn't
banger.
even beat Gamma or Beta.
No! What happened? 60 emblems collect. Now you can play Ring Race stages in two-player play. Who am I going to play that with? Unless Tay come here eventually. I don't know when she's coming. I don't have 2 controllers. I only have 1. Sad face. Now I need a key for this stage.
Sure is spooky in here.
Initiating interior search.
I'll pick it from here.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Did this thing die yet? No. My favorite stage, Mystic Mansion. I'm gonna dance to this. Go ahead! Do it! I will join you. Let's do it!
Annihilation.
Is there a switch?
There must be a switch for this door somewhere.
Eh, dancing time. Where the hell is the switch? Oh, there's the switch. And I keep missing. I'm too close. Who say robots can't play? I don't know. But I'm dancing.
Anytime now.
Oh, we got Team Blossom.
Compute.
Ready?
Illogical.
Skeleton! You're mine! Where'd Skeleton go? There's only one switch?
Annihilate. Good.
I'll pick it from here.
Here they come.
Omega, attack them.
Hey.
Chaos control.
Sorry, I have to stop the music. I had to do it. I was getting overwhelmed there.
Justice play.
Oh, by the way, hold on. I just realized something. Give me 1 moment. Let me fix this real quick. It won't take long. Yes. Alright, fix. Back to game.
Level up.
There's my key! And there's my enemy.
Annihilate.
Try going up there.
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll pick it from here.
Okay.
Level up.
I'll take this.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Good.
Shakes metal hips to the beat. You are just carrying
You lose
on.
things if that robot with a poke casts a spell on you.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Kill.
Level up.
Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate.
Sure is a mysterious switch.
Fire. Fire. Kill.
Did I get them all? I got them all. Let's do this. Let's activate the switch.
Chaos control.
Worthless consumer models.
What do I need power for?
Why don't we do a lower route?
I'll pick it from here.
Why? Ugh.
Level up.
You wanted me to do power.
Level up. Annihilate. Good.
All right. I'll pick it from here.
Annihilate.
I'll pick it from here.
Jump.
Shucks. Dang it.
Use the brain
lost Shadow again.
Obstacle approaching.
It's fine, it's fine.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Okay, there's the key. So I can try not to die from here on. No checkpoint. Does this go? I bet my girlfriend Miku would love this. But too bad she's not feeling well. I bet Dr. Eggman is taking care of her. You trust your girlfriend in the hands of Dr. Eggman? But okay, I guess he's alright. He won't let a living creature die, I suppose.
Switch detected ahead.
Dance with 4 egg points. Wears black suit and dances. Dances with style. That's what I like.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Hurrah! Yeah! Hurrah!
You know what? Screw y'all. One of these is a switch. So he takes off black suit and dances more. Oh shoot. Get away. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Dang it. I meant to turn the camera. I can't see nothing. Okay. Now I can see. Uh-oh. That was my barrier. Yeah! Get away.
Hey,
I can't see. Sugar! Alright. We good, I think. Wait, I don't know what switches press what switches. Oh. What the heck? This is kinda hard.
Level up.
Big shots and shakes. 12 cups of oil. Oh, I'm so jumped up. Well, as long as you take care of your body. Yay! Yes! Screw that.
Doesn't compute. Illogical.
And you got hit with it. Nevertheless.
Annihilate.
No! Not my precious key! Please tell me there's another one.
Annihilation. Fire.
There's gotta be another key.
Worthless consumer models. Annihilation. Fire. Activation ready.
I hope there's another key somewhere. Or else I have to start this stage over! Oh shoot. This is my jam. Thunder, what? Thunder strikes from behind. Oh shoot. Apparently I cannot aim for nothing. In the door, Omega. Thank you. Bastards!
Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire.
There was nothing down there, was there? Let me see. I don't think there was. I can't see it. Oh well, let's just move on. We can look again.
Switch
Couple.
is mysterious.
it's moving.
Yeah.
Chaos control.
Level 5. charge. Fire. Annihilate charge. Fire.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it from
I can't paralyze him. Swing. Swing, batter, batter, batter.
Annihilate charge. Fire. Annihilate charge. Fire. Annihilate charge. Fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Uh-oh. Eee! I almost get struck.
Normal attacks are useless. We have to do something about that armor first.
Annihilate charge. Fire. Annihilate charge.
I'll take it from here.
Okay, that ring is just a ruse.
The unlit torches must be the key.
Unlit torches.
Annihilate. Annihilation.
Unlit torches. Wonder if...
Torches.
I had to use Omega attack.
I have a bad feeling about this.
We have no choice.
Let's jump!
Chaos control!
Eradicate.
I'll take it from here.
I don't see no other key. I'm not touching that checkpoint.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
I'll take it from here. You all ready?
Maybe.
Jump.
Jump! We're gonna hit it.
Why do you want to come in front of me though? Oh my god, we're grinding.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Good. I'll take it from here.
Woo!
There's another trolley. Let's get on it.
Oh shoot.
All right.
Jump!
Ah! My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad!
Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!
There's the key! Alright. Let's touch this checkpoint. Doesn't matter who.
Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!
There you go.
Annihilation.
Alright. Good thing I continued on. Still need to touch these check
Annihilate charge. Fire.
flames.
I'll take it from here.
Eggman's robot. Primary target.
Primary target. I thought Eggman was a primary target.
All right.
We may be able to use triangle jump.
Triangle jump?
From here.
I'll take it from
I'm
here.
really scared. I really think Rouge should handle this.
Hurrah!
Nope! Oh my goodness. I thought Rouge could handle that. I really was hoping.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah! Hurrah!
Annihilate. Fire.
I'll take it. Hurrah!
Give me this key! Mikey.
Annihilation. Fire. 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 Fire.
I don't know how you're supposed to do
Annihilate
this.
charge. Annihilate charge. Annihilation. Fire. Fire.
Oh, okay. I do that. Alright, sweet.
I'll
Beautiful.
take it from here.
What a bunch of annoying punks. Let's take care of them first.
Fire.
Place electric guitar. Oh, why? Thank you.
Worthless consumer models.
I will
We
dance to
may be
your
able
electric
use
guitar.
triangle jump. I'll take it from here.
It's all over if you fall. I'll take it from here.
I should have let Shadow just handle that. Yee. Alright, alright. We cool, we cool, we cool, we cool, we chill. We chill.
Naturally.
I'll take it from here.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Annihilate. Activation ready. Annihilation.
Chaos control.
We good.
I'll take it from here.
Level up.
Alright, so,
Annihilate. Fire, 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 fire. Fire, 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 fire.
I knew it was hiding a secret.
I'll take it from here.
I'm Neon, I know it. Exposes metallic skeleton body.
Hurrah!
Yeah, you go, boy, you go.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
The key! Well, I gotta die.
Looks like
I gotta die.
we have to activate all 3 switches.
I need that key.
I'll take it from here.
Does the Gundam style.
Hurrah! Hurrah!
Besides, you like the song so much.
Annihilate.
You don't mind if I start over.
I'll take hurrah!
Alright.
Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, right.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire, fire, fire. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here.
Eggman's robots. Primary target. Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire.
Those are dummy ring.
Worthless consumer models.
We may be able to use triangle jump.
It's all over if you fall. I'll take it from here.
That was
Hurrah!
See why it's so good to be Rouge? My goodness.
Naturally.
Annihilate.
Why don't we do a lower route?
Worthless consumer models. Annihilation. Fire, fire.
There's one more. Where did that skeleton poke his head?
Annihilation. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire.
I'll take hurrah!
Doesn't compute. Illogical.
Okay, let's do this one over here first. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. This one. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I'll take it from here.
Shadow. Yeah. Beautiful!
Just watch
What
this.
is this place?
Detecting 3 alters.
I guess they wanted to challenge us.
We go to speed route first.
This is a job for Shadow.
Level up!
I don't know. How is this a job for me? What are we doing?
Just as planned.
I have no idea what we're doing.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Takes 90 shots of oil. Eggman needs to give me a prepare from this night. You've given me your quite the charm. Dances. This is better than making out with me. Dances more while holding sparkles. You're just having a jolly good time, aren't you? I'm trying to survive.
Leave it to Omega.
Where? After I paralyze her.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here. We're on.
Woo!
Annihilate. Fire, fire.
I'll take it from here. We're on.
Just gonna let you swing. Oh boy, I can't see. Uh-oh. Hello, Super Spyro. Let's do it again. Like...
Annihilate.
Oh my goodness! I can't see. Camera be stupid. What the heck? I didn't touch it! Ugh. Alright.
I'll take it from here.
Alright,
Okay.
Julio.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire.
I'll take it from here. We're on.
Up! You finished swinging yet? Nope. Take that.
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
Level up.
Sweet.
I'll take it from here.
What controller you use? It's a PS2-like controller. Well, no, not really a PS2 controller. Like a PS4 controller, my bad, sorry. It's a PS2 emulator I'm playing. Alright, that's done in my life. Okay, yes.
This is a job for
Sorry,
Rube.
I got confused for like a moment.
We're on.
Get down on the ground!
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
Alright.
From here.
Guess we don't have to
Consumer
move.
models.
Yes, I have this on GameCube. Hey, yo. That's what's up. I have this on PS2.
Enemies
But my
eliminated.
PS2 is not
I knew we could do it.
anymore.
Don't let your guard down just yet.
All right.
Yes! Oh, and we got the key. You know what that means? It is time for the... Say it with me. Bonus stage.
I couldn't even beat Gamma or Beta.
That's alright. That's okay for that E. I only have the GameCube version. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Do you only have the Game Boy? I mean the GameCube? Or you also have a PS2 a long time ago. I don't know if it's working or not. I just want to know if you had it before. Special stage. Okay, lock in. Okay, time to focus. Focus. I'll get to y'all in a moment. It's the Purple Ember. Oh my god. I'm already feeling. Oh god.
Annihilate.
What? I can get this? I can get this? Let's go! Oh my god, I get so excited. Dang those bombs. More bombs. Mother sick. Hold on. Level 2, that's fine. I'm hitting every bomb now. I shouldn't have lost focus. I got so excited. Oh shit. Okay, let's go up top. Damn it.
Annihilate.
I'll take it from here.
Damn those bombs being in my way. Let's go, let's go, let's go! I ain't gonna make it, I ain't gonna make it, I ain't gonna make it, I ain't gonna make it! Yes, I will! I made it! Yay! I thought I wasn't gonna make it! Victory screech! I didn't think I was gonna make it. Nice. Thank you! Yeah! I made myself proud. Shadow makes me empowered. He makes me empowered. I love this man. Oh yeah, you do love PS2.
What do you think,
Awesome.
Omega?
Sensors jammed. Real Eggman ID not possible.
We'll just have to find out, won't we?
What's the matter? Cold feet? Well then, here I come. Get them.
So, this is a fake Eggman.
No time for messing around. Let's get ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
One more. Alright, it's clear.
Eradicate.
Yay! Alright.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard.
Smash them all.
Annihilate guard. Fire.
Level up. Anytime now.
Those bird machines never fight me before. Oh god.
Chaos control.
Y'all go. You did it! Passes out and falls on ground. I can't believe I managed to do it. I can't get that, huh? Uh-oh.
I'll take it from here.
Yee!
Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Take this. Take this.
Yee!
Smash.
Yeah, I did. I did, because I didn't get a ring.
No time for messing around. Let's get ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready like Freddy. Ready like Freddy. I don't know who's Freddy. Yee. Oh god.
Eradicate.
Yeah. Alright, we're just gonna hit you normally like this and then hit you because I'm scared of falling off. Paralyze you.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Okay.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Are you trying to go over the edge? Need a ring. Need a ring. That thing.
Annihilate. Fire. Fire.
What am I hitting? Back? Okay. Oh, you still alive?
Annihilate guard. Fire.
As the birds come closer, they want to die.
All right.
Chaos control.
Gold-plated robots are just annoying. So, yeah.
Just as planned.
Anything up here that I could use? Nothing. Normally there's be some goodies up top.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Damn these.
Take this.
Annihilate guard. Fire.
Oh, please. Don't let me fall off.
Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Worthless consumer models.
I'll take this. Take this. Level up.
Oh, okay. Once I have them on their belly, I can just let Shadow do human attack.
Smash them all. Come on.
Come on.
Level up.
Level up.
Annihilate. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate. Activation ready. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Eradicate. Fire.
It's called preempted strike.
Useless pieces of junk.
Annoying little pests, aren't they?
Eliminate all Eggman's robots.
Not bad.
Guard. Fire. Worthless consumer models. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
There you go.
Level up!
Yay! Next stage.
Chaos control.
Hurrah! Justice play! Hurrah!
Annihilate guard. Fire. 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 Step aside.
I'll take it from you! Hurrah! Anytime now! Hurrah!
No, there was some off screen I couldn't get.
Yeah!
Eggman loser.
Smash them all.
Oh, right there. There you go. Get it. Get it. He dead. They fall into their death.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Out of control.
Woo!
Smash them all.
Oh my goodness gravy! What the heck? I couldn't do Team Blast. I was stuck.
No time for messing around. Let's get ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Level up!
Human attack, baby! Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Level up.
This is the ultimate power.
Annihilate guard. Fire.
Yeah!
Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'll take it from you! Hurrah! Okay.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Yeah!
Annihilate. Annihilate guard. Activation ready.
Alright, done.
Take it from here!
Level up.
Kill.
Hurrah!
Get you. Am I done? Is there another? Try using
Chaos control.
Omega, and I think I'm pulling something. You give me right. I am using Omega.
Up.
Don't you worry, I'm using Omega. I'm using all of their strength and stuff. I should have saved it.
I'll take this.
Woo!
Take this.
Why?
Annihilate guard. Fire.
I need to get them on their belly.
Take this. Take this. Take this.
Level up. Guard. Fire. Annihilation.
Alright, cool.
Annihilation.
Alive.
Step aside. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Fire. Activation ready.
Oh my god!
Fail.
Oh my god. They just knocked me out. Okay.
No time for messing around. Let's get ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Level up!
Ugh.
Level up.
Why am I feeling so bad? Why?
Annihilator, fire.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take it from here. Okay.
Annihilator, fire.
Gotcha. I need this yellow orb. Everybody needs to level up. Every single body. Yay!
Activation ready. Annihilator,
Level up.
I don't need to use my super hero.
Smash them all.
Eradicate. Annihilator, fire. Fire, fire. Annihilator, fire.
Yeah.
Annihilation, annihilator. Fire, fire.
Smash them all.
Kill. Fire, fire.
And then the turtles. The turtles could have the
Defeating
Team
robot.
Blast.
Then we can use the item inside.
This
to
is
get
annoying.
Chaos control.
Goodbye, turtles.
Eradicate.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Looks like I need one more day for this.
Smash them all.
Oh my god.
Just as you
Level
were.
up.
Annihilate. Fire, fire. Fire.
Useless pieces of junk.
Annoying little pests, aren't they?
Eliminate all Eggman's robots.
Not bad.
Come to me.
Anytime now.
Annihilate.
You know what? Team Blasters.
Chaos control.
It's me, Walla Omar. What if Metal Sonic Neo ran out of power? What?
Step aside.
No. Neo Sonic will never run out of power. It's infinite. Yeah.
Hurrah! Got it.
Yes, got it. Oh, goodness.
Smash them all.
Annihilator. Fire.
Level up.
Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator. Fire.
This is
Annihilator.
the ultimate power.
I'll take it from here.
Who's coming at me?
Smash them all.
Oh my god. I'm going to die if I don't get a ring.
Okay.
Team Blasty. Team Blasty!
Chaos control.
So he passed out.
Just as planned.
Will you be talking on his behalf?
Annihilator. Fire.
Smash them all.
Annihilator. Fire.
I'll take it from here. Hurrah!
Oh my goodness. I'm so doomed.
Okay.
Smash them all.
When did I change the friggin'?
It's no use.
Oh my god! Oh! As a cheat. He was cheat. Are you ready? He's
No time for messing around. Let's get ready.
cheat boy.
I'm ready.
Smash them all.
Level up.
I meant Metal Sonic. Neo, did he pass out from taking those
This
shots?
is the ultimate power.
Oh, oh no. Oh gosh. Could be. It's probable.
Here.
Annihilator. Fire.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it. Hurrah!
I almost got caught.
Hurrah! Okay.
Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator. Fire.
Smash them all.
Level up.
Kill.
Hurrah! Anytime now.
Alright, that one bird is gone.
Smash them all!
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard.
Destroy the robots and the case will open. Use the item inside to get Eggman.
Guard. Fire. Step aside. Annihilation.
I'll take it from...
Okay.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard.
Level up.
Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Alright.
I'll take it from here.
Can I aim for Eggman? Doesn't look like I could. Ew, what was that? Something's dropped.
Smash them all!
Okay.
Yeah, I can't get Eggman. Eggman is like impossible to get.
Chaos
I
control.
hate these goddamn turtles. Turtles need to be gone from me.
Just as planned.
What else we got? Let me move out the middle.
Smash them all!
Just as planned.
Level up. Annihilate. Fire.
Useless pieces of junk.
Annoying little pests, aren't they?
Eliminate all
I
Eggman robots.
honestly, Father Abraham, I don't remember.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Activation ready. Guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
Yeah, I really don't remember. Maybe like
Level up.
12? Kind of hoping for 12.
Smash them all!
Good.
Why is it only a ring?
Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire. Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'll take it from here.
Eradicate.
Oh, time to do this.
Just as planned.
Gets back up. What did I miss? Nothing much. Me failing a lot. Aha! Get out of here.
Great.
Annihilate guard. Fire. Out of control.
Oh shoot.
I'll take it from
Smash them all!
They took my rings, those mother fathers. So that's what they just do. They took my rings.
No time for messing around. Let's get ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Damn it.
Step aside.
Level up.
Alright, time to focus now. Chad, I gotta put you on hold.
This is the ultimate power.
I'll take it from here.
Smash them all!
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilation.
Dang it.
I'll take it from here.
Smash them all!
Activation ready.
Right.
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here.
Where are those birds?
Annihilate. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard.
Smash them all!
Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard. Annihilation. Annihilate guard. Annihilate guard.
I really gotta wait until I could
Eradicate.
really do my team blast.
I'll take it from here.
Is there an enemy? Oh yeah, you. Get out of here. Alright.
I'll take it. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this.
That's fine.
Take this. Take good. Take this.
Level up.
Take this. Take this. Take this.
Smash them all!
Way to go. Got rid of those easily enough.
Just watch this.
I'll take it from Burok.
Annihilate. Fire, fire, fire.
Smash
Annihilate.
them all!
Fire. Annihilate. Fire. Annihilate. Fire. Eradicate. Fire. Fire.
Useless pieces of junk.
Annoying little pests, aren't they?
Eliminate all Eggman's robots.
Oh my god.
Not bad.
All right.
I'm trying to like keep my Chain Blast, but I think I better use it now.
Chaos control.
Yeah.
Just as planned.
Level up.
Trying to keep it to this stage. This stage is so toxic.
Burok. You got it.
Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator.
Smash them all!
Worthless consumer models. Fire. Kill. Fire, fire. Kill.
Here. All right. Anytime now.
Fire.
I'll take it from here. Okay.
Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator. Fire.
Smash them all!
Use
Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator. Fire. Annihilator. Fire.
Alright, Julio.
I'll take it from here.
Kill.
Smash them all!
Motherfuckers.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Burok. Burok.
Chaos
Okay.
control.
This.
Good.
When guy was got. I need that.
I'll take it from here.
Level up.
Smash them all!
Woo!
I'll take it from here.
Okay.
I think I'll let Rouge handle it then. Too risky for Shadow. He may slide off.
Just as planned.
Smash them all!
Anytime now.
Burok. Yeah.
Doctor, stop this senseless fight.
You underestimated us, haven't you?
Activation test unsuccessful. Minimal resistance detected.
This is only the beginning!
Yay, the beginning of your end, I hope. Alright, Julio. Is there still more?
Planned.
Oh my. Good thing I still have a Chain Blast. Hey. Yeah. Everybody come to me.
Chaos control!
There you go. What's up?
Just as play.
I still can't hurt Eggman over there. Is that it? Nope! Oh boy.
Yeah.
This is not good. Oh boy. I want to do Team Blast.
Smash them all!
Oh my goodness.
Great.
You say great? I say oh my god. At least you started to swing.
Smash them all!
There you go.
Annihilate. Annihilate guard. Fire.
I'll take it from here. Anytime now.
Great! Right in the middle. Smack in the middle.
Control!
I do this. Ah! Die.
All right.
Please tell me that's it.
Don't get too excited, boys! Those were the easy ones!
Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Ah. That was incredibly painful. Whew.
I've had enough of those guys.
Well, I have one more day until Sonic X Shadow Generation. What stage is this? 13? Yeah, why not? Let's end it here. Because it's like 1:30 for me. Throughout the universe!
You'll regret this, Doctor. Even if I'm not real, I'm still the ultimate life form, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yes, that's my boy! I just want him to say that line before I go. Shadow, you are an inspiration to all females out there that are heated for you. But yeah, that's it for this game for tonight. Let me just play a little. Music is still playing. I didn't even know I had 2 PS2 emulator updread. 3. That's my bad. Okay, let's see what chat is saying. Gets back up. What did I miss? Well, I win just now. And why am I holding the champion bottle? Because you think it's your woman, so you wanted to fill it up while you were sleeping? Because it have the curves that you like and want? I'm thinking that's why you was holding the champagne bottle. And I just realized my V-Magic mirror is a little off with this chair. Let me fix that a bit. Right there. That's good. That's better. Now it looks like I'm really sitting. Alright, my chat and YouTube, I'm going to say farewell to you. Goodbye. Goodbye, YouTube chat. You have been very amusing. Metal Sonic, Waluigi, Maria, of course, Magaso. Magaso in both accounts. Evil Sonic, the Ultimate Saiyan. I love that name so much. Who else from YouTube? I think that's it. But thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Y'all guys are the best. Next time I stream, hopefully I'll see you there. And maybe on Sunday. Well, that's now. It is Sunday. Okay, I don't think I'm streaming today. My next stream is going to be Thursday. So I will finish this on Thursday. Sonic X Shadow Generation is coming out that Friday. I'll be streaming that Saturday. Because Friday is my anime night. Yes. And there you have it. That's my schedule for the next week. Bye, YouTube chat. I'll see you all next time. And now, I must pay attention to my Twitch chat. Let's see. Twitch chat. Should I raid? Anybody else like rating? Ooh, she playing Sonic Adventure 2, this YouTuber. Alright. And she looked like Sonic. I like her style. So we're gonna raid her. We're gonna raid YT Magdana TP. An interesting name. I just love her avatar. I just hope this works. Or else I'm going to feel very foolish right now. Did the raid start? Can't really tell. Don't look so. No. Alright, let's send it through regular chat then. Incoming ad. We don't have time for no ad. We're gonna snooze that. Because we're gonna rate YT Madonna TP. Alright. I'll see you all there, folks. Bye. Have a nice night. Love you all. Bye. Mwah. Yeah.